Greetings, one and all, to the most cursed, most cringiest corner of the internet. A YouTube channel content creator actively actively alienating everyone in both the analog and digital world. Well, welcome and good evening, wonderful dice of all alignments. I am Lunar D8, and you're like, why did you flub with the word? Because I was thinking, like, how I had the yellow tape, I was like, disclaimer! This game is fucked up. But then, you know. Double check OBS. OBS Chan, are you okay? Bah. Sometimes I think I should do the Lion King, like the ba shi ya ya. I don't know how to do that. Also, maybe like a kawaii noise since OBS Chan. You know, I'm making an anime joke as if OBS is an anthropomorphic anime character. Is it called anthropomorphic? Or are you talking about things that are not animals? Like, we're just talking about, yeah, I'm talking about a recording program, but it's actually a goth Lolita that's 6 feet tall and got big tits. So yes, I'm making a joke that OBS, the recording program, is a sexy goth anime character, but with also happy cheerfulness. I don't know. I thought it would be funny. Nope, it's not. It's just cringe, but whatever. Explorers in the further reaches of Steam. Base to some, cringe to others. Okay, where are we? I always thought how nice it would be if I could spend forever in this wonderful world. Am I going to get to play it? Hey, we're super excited. I remember how to do that. Oh, nope, I can't move around inside the game. The real Dark Souls begins here. Oh, I got an Angel Halo. I got one. This thing's an ultra rare. Wow. Yeah? Got an angel thing. I need to use this right now. Let me open my equip screen. Oh wow, my character's appearance changed. Awesome, this is awesome. Look, you gotta see this, Grim. Huh? Is Grim dead? Oh! Excuse me? Big Sesgaiji, but how? Okay, are they upset about the Halo or about the knocking that's occurring? I mean, technically, I remember in lore of this game, we have been playing this particular game for like 24 hours straight without stopping. So maybe somebody's knocking there to make sure we're not dead. But somebody appears to be knocking on our door. Maybe we'll head back in town and show this off. I finally got one of the ultra rare drops I wanted and was incredibly excited. All the depression I'd been feeling had just blown away. An Angel Halo drop has a rate of 0.0001%. It was completely useless and just changed the way your character looked. Then what's the point? But this also meant that everyone could see you had an Angel Halo, and they would be all really jealous. But why? Why does that matter? And yeah, it looks cool, sure, but does it matter that much? Yes, Naira takes another step toward godhood. Hey! Hey, open the door! Maybe that's our sister? Shut up. Who's that pounding on my door anyway? I'm enjoying my new rare item, don't interrupt me. Yep, it's our sister. Who I have not met yet. You stupid brother. That voice. The minute I heard it, my good mood vanished. It was an assassin sent by my parents. My little sister, Nanami. This was going to be a pain in the butt. It's really mean of you not to open the door. Damn it. The storm was about to roll in. I didn't want to open the door at all, but if I kept it shut, my parents would be the next ones to come. They told me to stop living by myself and come home. My dad was pretty much the owner of this building. If he wanted to kick me out, he could. This just wasn't fair. Brother! Shut up. Don't yell so loud. She was still banging on the outside of the door. The walls, the shipping container, a single piece of metal, so any sound echoes really loudly. She knew that, and was doing it anyway. I unlocked the padlock on the inside and opened the doors outward. I had no other choice. Okay. I had to walk from the other end of my house, my really big house. I try. Survival confirmed. Mission success. This tiny shrimping girl was my little sister. She was 1 year younger than me. At least answer when I'm calling your name. I thought you were dead. Honestly, I probably should be. There's probably no ventilation to this damn thing. Every time I saw her, she was complaining about something. As you could tell from the way she was standing with her hands on her hips and pounding, she was a little brat. I know, she seems okay so far. I mean, all she did was say, "Hey, are you alive?" If you asked me, she was nothing more than a huge nuisance. Wow, your room is always such a mess. Clean it up sometime. Would you? Nanami walked right into my room without even bothering to ask if it was okay. She thought she could do whatever she wanted just because she was my little sister. For those of you out there who think little sisters are moe, I have a message for you. Face reality. Well, I guess she was kinda cute. You're a lolly fan, she might totally be your type. But as her real brother, I didn't feel that way about her at all. If anything, she seemed like a little baby to me. Oh, but I don't mind lolly here, just that they have to be 2D. Well, however you do that laugh. It smells so moldy in here. Your room's just filthy. I keep telling you to clean it. Why don't you? Well, you don't have a girlfriend to clean it for you, and you're lazy. So I knew this would happen. I guess I'll have to start coming by to clean it for you. But I refuse. Why? I don't want you messing up my room. That's me. Is that what you say to your sister who came to see if you're alive? I mean, are there like dead people outside my trailer? Well, you're not showing your older brother any respect, are you? And nobody asked you to see if I was alive anyway. Jeez. Why do I gotta have a brother who's such a pimp? Sometimes it makes me sick. I'm thirsty. I'm going to grab something to drink. Nanami walked to the back of the room and opened the fridge. Again, without even bothering to ask. I mean, just being a good host, you're supposed to... Okay, concerns. Like, one, you're supposed to be a good host, especially for family. Like, hey, yeah, you can have a drink. But here's a concern. Every time this odd little circular vision of the sky happens, something bad happens immediately afterward. Almost as if the sky vision thing is letting me know, hey, something is currently happening, and after the sky vision thing goes away, you will then be aware of whatever fucked up thing occurred. There's nothing here but soda, but you should keep some milk tea or something in stock. Don't tell me what to do.
しょうがないな。
Fine,
これ
I'll
だね。
just take a soda. As usual, she seemed to have no intention of asking for her brother's permission. She grabbed a bottle of soda, one that I'd already drank from, out of the fridge. She hesitated for a moment before swallowing it all down. Why not just open a fresh one? Disgusting, she put her lips right on it. How could a girl be so filthy? This was the problem with 3D women. As soon as she left, I should throw that bottle out. I mean, it's not like we're gonna drink it. Just put it in the trash can, man. Hey, wait. Besides, if it was already opened and it was sitting in the fridge, it's probably flat now. What would be the point of drinking a soda if it's not carbonated? Phew.
美味しかった。
That was delicious.
やっぱ運動の後の一杯って格別。学校からここまで走ってきたんだ。
It feels great to drink something after you work out. I ran all the way here from school, you know.
全部飲んだの
Drink
か。
the whole
しかも
bottle
一気で。
all at once. I bought that soda with my own money. Being my little sister didn't give her the right to.
しまった。
Oh no. Nanami stared at the now empty bottle in shock. She must have finally figured out how rude she was being.
どうしよう。また太っちゃうじゃん。
I'm gonna get fat again.
お兄のせいだからね。
This is your fault, brother. What was she talking about?
お兄がコーラ好きなせいで、ナナまでコーラ大好きっ子になっちゃったんだから。
Your love of soda has turned me into a soda lover too.
人のせいにするなよ。
Don't blame me.
だってうちの冷蔵庫に入ってるのいっつもコーラだったじゃん。
The fridge at home was always full of soda.
お母さんがお兄のこと甘やかすからだ。
Because mom spoils you.
知ってる？コーラってカロリーすっごく高いの。だからお
Don't
兄
you know
も
that soda has
あんま
tons
り
of
飲み
calories?
すぎない方がいい
You
よ。
shouldn't drink too much of it.
今度からミルクティー
Now
も
on,
すべ
you
て
should drink milk tea. Milk tea is basically the same calories as soda. Anyway, you don't get to tell me what to eat. Especially after you drank all my soda. Did you come here just to tell me that?
もう帰れよ。
Hey, go home. You confirmed that I was still alive. You should be done now. Right? Why do you have to come into my room all the time?
お兄
Brother,
冷たい。
you're mean. Nanami seemed annoyed at my words. She was glaring at me with a frown. I didn't want to deal with it, so I just looked away.
せっかく心配して様子を見に来てあげてるのに。
I came here because I'm worried
お
about
兄
you.
ってずっとここに引きこもって誰とも喋らずに一日を終えちゃうことだってあるんでしょ？
You know, some days you stay in here the whole day and don't talk to a single person. Like a mature adult.
女の子と話す機会だってどうせ全くないんだよね。
You don't have a chance to talk to girls, I bet. Am I wrong? Shut up, don't make fun of me. I'm not interested in 3D girls. I don't need to talk to them.
言ってみればお
I'm
兄と話す
basically
女
the
の子は
only girl
ナナだけって
you
ことじゃ
talk
ん。
to, right?
だからさ
So,
もっとナナのこ
Treat
と
me better.
大事にしてよ。
if you
そ
do,
したら女の子
you'll
との
start
接し方もちょっと分
learning
か
how
っ
to
てくるは
talk
ず
to
だし。
girls. As she spoke, she picked up one of my figures, Hikaru-tan, from Suicide Toward Light. She stared at it. Hey, don't touch one of my wives. If you get a fingerprint on her, I'm seriously going to kick your butt.
あとお兄は自分のことにもっと気を使って。
Also, take better care of
こん
yourself.
なお人形さんにう
Don't
つつを抜
spend
か
all
してる
day
場合じゃないよ。
talking to your
ナナ
dolls. I
はお
don't
兄の
want
死体の第一発見者
to be
に
the
なん
one
か
who
なりた
finds
く
you
ないから
dead.
ね。
Body, okay? What was my little sister trying to say? She was starting to sound like mom lately. What I meant by that was, she was annoying.
いいから帰れよ。
Just go away.
そんなに帰れ帰れ言わないでよ。
Big
お
brother,
兄
you
のバ
jerk.
カ。
Stop telling me to leave.
まだこっちには用事が
I'm
残ってる
still
の。
not done here yet. She was starting to get hysterical. If it made her any madder, she might go berserk. I had to stay calm.
携帯買いに行こう。
Let's go buy a cell phone.
は
What? What was she talking
お
about?
父さんがそうしろって
Dad says you gotta.
お兄が携
If
帯
you
持
got,
て
if
ば
you got a phone,
い
we
つ
can
でも
always
生
tell
存
whether
確
you're
認できる
alive
じ
or
ゃん。
not. Right?
お金はナナが預かって
They
きた
gave
か
me the
ら
money for it.
今から買いに
So
行こ
let's
うよ。
go right now.
今時携帯持
Everybody's
って
got a
な
phone
い
these
人なんてい
days.
ないよ。
You know, you're gonna
時
be
代
left
に
behind,
取り
you
残
know?
されちゃうよ。
Shut up, trend follower. I know a lot more about what's popular than you do. I've got the internet, you know? Okay, maybe most kids my age had a phone, but I didn't. There was no reason. Why would I want one? I had nobody to call or text. And I didn't want to spend money on something I wasn't going to
だから
use.
行こ
So let's go, okay? Nanami put the figure back on the shelf and peered up at me.
う。どうせお兄は機種とかわかんないだろうから、ナナと同じ機種にしちゃいなよ。
You probably won't know which one to get, so just get the same phone I have. She took her phone out of her bag and waved in my face.
ほら、これがナナの。色が可愛いでしょ。
See, this one's mine. It's a cute color, right?
ついでだから、ストラップも同じのあげるよ。
I'll give you a strap that matches mine too.
なんという手抜きキャラ。
How lazy was the person who came up with this character? Hanging from the strap was a small figurine of a character that was, well, whatever it was. It certainly wasn't cute. It looked like something created by a rookie designer with no talent at all. It wasn't cute or even creepy here, it was just creepy.
手抜きじゃないもん。ゲロカイルンは
It's not
こういうデ
lazy.
ザインなの。
This is Dr.
今すっご
Shiro
く流行っ
Froggy.
てるんだからね。
He's really popular right now.
女子高生
I
の
guess I
影響
can't
なんて
expect
お兄
my
が知っ
big
てるわ
brother
け
to
な
know
いか。
what teenage girls like.
そういうとこを直せ
You
ば
changed that about
少
yourself.
しは女子と
Though
会
you'd
話
probably
成
be
立する
able
と
to
思う
actually
よ。
talk to a girl. At least a little. Quiet girl, what the hell kind of name is Jiro Froggy? There was no way this thing was popular. Poor girl didn't realize she was being manipulated by the media.
っていうか、今はゲロカイ
Anyway,
ルンの話じ
we're
ゃ
not
な
talking
く
about
て。
Jiro Froggy right now.
いいから携帯買いに行
Come
こ
on,
うよ。
let's go buy you a cell phone.
あ、別にお揃いがいいとか言ってるわけじゃないからね。
And I'm not saying I want us to
家
have
族で
matching
同
phones
じ機
or
種
anything,
だと
okay?
基本料
Just
金が割引さ
get
れ
a
る
discount if
サ
the
ー
whole
ビスがあるから
family
だよ。
has the same phone.
家族で持ってないのは
You're the one, only member of the
Need
family
another
who
one,
doesn't have a phone.
いらない。
I don't need one.
なんで？
But why
お
not?
金はお父さんが出してくれるんだよ。
Dad's even paying for it. I mean, is he gonna keep paying the coverage of the phone in the future?
必要ない。
I don't need one. Yeah, I mean, living in a trailer. Then again, I don't know. I can afford to buy the anime figurines, so I must not need more. It would just be a nuisance if I had a phone. Mom would probably call every day. And if I didn't pick up, she'd send her pet assassin, Nanami, here to check up on me. In other words, it would just be a nuisance, one that would make my life a lot harder. I didn't want that at all.
もう信じらんないよ、このバカ鬼。もう帰る。
I can't believe you, brother. You jerk. I'm going home.
ああ、そうしてくれ。
Yeah, please do. I opened the door for her to go, but she didn't move. She just glared at me, shoulders heaving with rage.
ほんとバカ。アホバカ鬼。駅まで送ってくれるとかしてよ。
You really are stupid. You're a stupid jerk. At least walk with me to the station.
嫌だね。
No. I never walked to this station all the time she'd come before. Why would I start now?
だって最近殺人事件とかで物騒じゃんか。こういう場合心配するのが兄弟ってもんでしょ。
There's been all those creepy murders lately, right? Shouldn't you be worried about your little sister? For a moment, what happened yesterday felt like it was going to come flying back. I shook my head desperately, trying to drive the thought out of my mind.
どうでもいいし。
I don't care. Whoever the new gen killer was, they weren't going to be interested in a little kid like Nanami. Okay, even under normal context of being a normal person, this is still a concern issue. There's a serial killer in our city, and she's walking by herself. Concern 2! We literally have walked into the serial killer! Okay, like even if the serial killer had no idea we even existed and not encountered them in any way, this would still be a reason to be concerned about her sister. Or about, well, anyone. That being said, we not only do they know about us, but they literally know who we are. They have seen us face to face. We literally watched them kill somebody, or at least the aftermath of it. We have part of their murder weapon. They go to school with us. They're in our class. And they even know about our our game character online and can chat us. At this point, this will also be a situation where I can understand his idea, where there's the concern about the phone, being bothered. Maybe that kind of halfway makes sense under normal circumstances, but under these circumstances, we should definitely be like, we should have bought the phone ourselves anyway.
ありえない
I can't believe you.
ナナが死んでもいいって言うんだ
You're saying you don't care if I die? She was crying. I must have really made her sad. Felt great. That's what you get for disrupting my peaceful life. This would be my little way of getting revenge. That's what you get. Cry.
バカ死んじゃえお兄なんか猟奇的に殺されちゃえ
You jerk, I hope you die. I hope a serial killer gets you, and you die. Yeah, that was pretty rude of the character to do, for us to say that to her. She knocked me aside and ran out of the door. Phew! At least the storm was over. The room was quiet now that she was gone. It was much nicer. The base was my home. Nothing was allowed to happen here unless I wanted it to. Okay, this is a bit extreme, man. I sat down at the computer and moved the mouse a little to wake it from my Sierra 10 screensaver. I took a big swig from my soda bottle on the table, but it was empty.
しまった。これ、ナナミがさっき飲んだやつだ。
Oh crap, this one was the Nanami drinking out of. Oh no. I just indirect kissed my little sister. Nanami was a little sweeter. It might have been great. What? Like something out of an H game, but with her personality, it just made me feel... That's a little odd, but okay. I closed the cap on the bottle and I threw it into the big garbage can in the corner of the room. Like, is this game going to eventually get to the point where I make another joke reference to the Andy and Lee game? Even though there's a lot more to the game than just that, but that's usually what everyone wants to make jokes and memes about. So it's like, yay! Here's my sense of humor. This is a thing people find funny. I'll try to make a joke and reference it to it too. It missed and bounced off the wall, rolling under the bed. But whatever. Now then, time to get back to ESO. Time to forget all about the annoying stuff that happened in the real world. Did we remember to relock our trailer door with the padlock? Or is our door just left unlocked while our back is to that door and we are not really likely to hear noises? But sadly, I was forced to bring my time at Baselar to an end just a single day. When I left the base early in the morning, my mental state was back in the dumps. Any improvement that I had felt from my time in the game was gone. Why did I have to go to school?
なんで今日なんだよ。最低最悪だ。
Why did it have to be today? This sucks. But I couldn't stay home. If I stayed home, it would ruin my whole attendance schedule. Then I wouldn't be able to graduate.
卒業って。何を卒業するって言うんだよ。
Graduate. Why the hell do I need to graduate? It was my idea, but still, I couldn't help but complain. When I got to the luxury residences at Shoto, I suddenly realized I'd been feeling someone looking at me the whole time. But it wasn't God's gaze. There wasn't that weird feeling on my neck. Hello? As I turned the corner, I took a quick look behind me without turning around. I caught a glimpse of a girl in a Sume uniform. Was it the demon from 2 days ago? Suddenly my heart started to pound. I was so nervous that I started to walk funny. I started to feel like I was no longer belonged in this quiet morning around me. I could hear the sound of birds chirping on the power lines, and the faint sound of the morning news from the televisions inside the houses around me. This didn't feel like a place where any kind of murder could happen, and yet I felt like I was about to have delusions of myself being brutally killed. No, I needed to calm down. I hadn't gotten a clear look at their face. Yeah, we literally stood there and looked. Yeah, we did. And if they were a Sume suit, it was only natural that they'd be following me. They were headed to school just like I was. Okay, I had an idea. Instead of following the path that led straight to school, I made a right instead. I fought down the urge to turn around and try to act as naturally as possible. I kept walking, trying to contain my nervousness, and after a minute I quietly turned around. Our eyes almost met, and I quickly turned my head forward again. Why was she following me? This wasn't the way to school. Was she actually tailing me? It was a face I didn't recognize. The one thing I tell for sure, though, was that it wasn't the demon from the other day. This girl had glasses. Just knowing that alone made me feel much more relieved. I decided I should just head straight to school. Is it grim? I'd have to cancel my usual morning breakfast, but I didn't have a choice. Damn you, girl A. To me, you're just a pedestrian A, or girl A. No more important acts, so go away. Girl A stopped tailing me and disappeared when I got to the school entrance. She seemed to have somewhere else to go, since she headed for the third-year student classrooms. Maybe I was just imagining her tailing me, but it didn't make sense that she'd follow me down a route that led away from the school. Was she just trying to upset me? Had I done something to make her mad? No, I hadn't. There was no way I could. At this school, I was invisible as the air. So what was she after? I somehow made it through the awful day at school, and as always stopped at the cafe on my way home. Of course, I sat in room 37. Usually the rooms around me were empty, but surprisingly enough, there was somebody in room 36 today. The door to the room was closed. I could see the desk light was turned on inside. I sighed a little as I went into my own room. Having someone next to the door made it hard to chat. I was the kind of person who always said things out loud when he chatted. Well, whatever, time to just log into ESO. I just have to be careful not to say anything. What's their problem? I slammed my palm down the keyboard, annoyed. I'd been playing for about 2 hours now. Today was just about a stressful day. The pair I'd grouped with were clearly new players. As always, I stayed in the background, trying to let them have the glory for themselves. But one would always run ahead of us and die, and then do it again. The other, a mage, refused to use any magic to help us. Our party must have died a dozen times. And on top of that, all they did was complain in chat. Freaking idiots. I got so mad, I PK'd them. Took all their items, and then quickly escaped to another area. Nightheart couldn't do that stuff, but Lizalette could. That was why I came all the way to that cafe to log in. I felt a little better, so I decided to take a break and go get something to drink. Ad Cafe had free drinks and a well-stocked soda fountain near the counter. The one problem with room 37 was it was pretty far from the bar. When I left the room, I saw that the door to room 36 was open. I had to go by it if I was going to get to the soda fountain. I took a quick peek inside as I walked by, and nobody was there. Actually, I realized I'd heard the sound of somebody getting up a moment ago. But there was a bag sitting next to the chair in the room. It was a student's bag, decorative item straps hung from it, stuffed animals dangling at the ends. I wonder if, our sister's phone's going to be there, and we're going to, I see a frog! I see a frog! Is this our sister? They were Jiro Froggy, the thing Mononami had showed me yesterday, 3 of them. Oh. Maybe it really was. Or is the person, collecting them, souvenirs from people they kill? Not that I cared. If I kept staring at it and they'd come back, they might think I was a stalker or a thief. I decided to forget about it and go get my soda. But when I saw what was showing on their monitor, my eyes went wide. The monitor was displaying the new gen aggregator site. It was in a really nasty-looking, attention-grabbing font. New gen. I'd been deliberately avoiding looking up anything about it. I didn't want to know details. This was how I was telling myself it had nothing to do with me. Anyway, was there a reason a person just happened to be in the room next to me, and that cafe was looking at New Gen Aggregator site? For a moment, I saw the demon girl's face again. My whole body shivered. I shook my head to drive away the negative thoughts. I was overthinking. Yeah, I was just being paranoid. New Gen was the media's favorite subject right now, and not a day went by when the talk shows weren't discussing it. Everybody was interested in it. That was the only reason. Yeah, it had to be. Time to forget about it and go get my soda. I put my cup under the dispenser and pushed the button for soda. Ice-cold soda came down, right into the cup. The sun was setting and it was starting to get crowded. I could see a small line of people waiting at the register. As it got later, more and more people were going to come. In an hour or so, all the rooms around 37 would be full. That would probably be my cue to go home. I took my cup and went back to my seat. As I walked back, I took a quick glance down the corridor that led to the restrooms. Okay, that's a bit excessive on the gaming, though. We spent 24 hours plus, and then another day playing the game in our room, and then we stopped by a cafe to play it some more, and then we're going home to play it more. Well, that's definitely the girl from earlier. I saw a girl with glasses and sumo uniform disappearing down the end of the hall. It was girl A, the one who had been following me this morning. I thought I must have been mistaken, so I hid behind a bookshelf and watched the corridor for a while, but I never saw her again. I must have been imagining it, right? Yeah, I'd only seen her for a second. And there were probably a ton of sumo girls who used this cafe, a lot of whom probably wore glasses. But what if it was girl A? What was she doing here? Was it just a coincidence? Or had she followed me? I started to feel scared. I left the cafe and hurried back to the base. I'd gotten too scared to stay. I wanted to go home as fast as possible, but the streets were crowded with people, and I couldn't move forward as fast as I wanted. As I was starting to feel sick, I hated crowds. I felt like everyone was laughing at me. The crosswalk turned red, so I had to stop. I took a quick look around. There was no sign of girl A. As I headed up the Daganzaka hill, walking got a lot easier. Usually I chose to take the back streets where there weren't as many people. But after what happened 2 days ago, I decided to take the main streets instead. I came to another red light and looked around again, but there was no sign of girl A. Maybe the person I'd seen in a cafe was someone else after all. I relaxed a little, relieved, and turned around. Hello? I took a step back in shock. There, on the other side of the crosswalk, standing with the other pedestrians waiting to cross, was a girl. And her eyes, behind the glasses, were locked dead onto me. Her eyes were intense, as if she was trying to send some kind of message. I couldn't take my eyes off of her. It was like I was paralyzed. Suddenly, her lips moved. She was trying to say something, but the noise from the crowd was so loud I couldn't hear it. I strained my eyes to see what she was saying. Whose eyes are those? Okay, so you're probably the person who wrote it in our classroom. My hair stood up on end. Impossible. I was imagining things. I didn't know how to read lips. There was no way that was right. I shook my head and forced myself to look away. It was clear that she'd said something, at least. No matter what it was, doing that to a guy she never met was creepy as hell. I needed to stay away from her. There's a possibility that maybe she was somebody that knew us when we were younger. Like maybe she's a couple years older than us, or a year older than us. Maybe she's 1 year older than us. Yeah, because I think we're like the school we're in now has 3 grades, right? The usual high school is 4, but maybe she's 1 grade ahead of us, like our sister's 1 grade below us. So maybe, but then how would she's probably able to sneak into my classroom? But maybe she's, I mean, maybe she was in class with me when. Because sometimes you'll have classes that can have people from multiple grades. So maybe she was there in that class back when I wrote that essay about the eyes of God. I needed to run. I needed to run while I could. Run. I forced my timid brain into action and ran as fast as I could. I ran in the opposite direction from her and down a side street I saw. I collided with something and fell on the ground hard, hitting my shoulder. I grasped agony as pain raced through my whole body. I couldn't tell what had happened. It was all I could do to sit up. We ran into a motorcycle? When I looked, I saw there was a large scooter in the middle of the street that I knocked over. I must have collided with it. I gritted my teeth and tried to force myself to stand up. I couldn't feel strength in my legs. I didn't think anything was broken, but...
大丈夫ですか?
Are you okay? Are you the... Oh, that's girl. Why does your hair look so different, though? Lighting? But thank you for the concern. But yeah, I ran into a motorcycle. Not my proudest moment. She must have caught up to me at some point. She was looking down on me, worried. Did we knock ourselves unconscious? What the hell was going on? Who was this woman? My body wouldn't move. I was too scared. I don't know what to do. It was too late now, but I regretted not taking the train to Shenzhen.
怪我してませんか?
Are you hurt? Kind of, but it's nothing a good night's sleep won't fix. Her voice was timid and hesitant. Was she trying to act worried to get me to let my guard down? You're not gonna fool me. I won't let 3D girls fool me.
なんだよ。
But what do you want?
え?
Huh?
ついてくるなよ。僕に何の用だ。
Don't follow me. What do you want from me? I yelled at her. I still couldn't stand up, so I crawled away from her. If I didn't put some distance between us, I was afraid she might pull a knife on me. That terrible sight came back to me again and again, and I kept feeling like it was going to happen to me too. She seemed hurt. You just started running, so I got worried and followed you. I saw you lying on the ground, and, but I don't have anything to talk to you about right now, so, I mean, you were following me for quite a while, like, so you were, like, and then, of course, there's odd timing about the cafe, and then you immediately see me again. You don't have anything to talk to me about. What does that mean?
じゃあ、
Then
なんで
why are you
付きまとってくる
following
ん
me?
だ。
それは
It's because, she was stammering. It was really suspicious.
私、楠木優愛って言います。
My name is Yua Kusunoki. I hadn't asked, but she introduced herself anyway.
実はあなたのこと一目見てなんとなく存在が気になって
When I saw you, I kind of got curious about you, Anne.
それでつい
So you started stalking me. The girl, Yua, was staring at the ground as she talked.
ごめんなさい
I'm sorry. She bowed. Impossible, that was my honest reaction. Now that I got a clear look at her, this Yua girl was pretty cute, I'll admit it. But that doesn't mean I could believe it. A 3D girl interested in me. What kind of H-game scenario was that? That had never happened in my entire life. It sounded to me like an obvious lie. Did she think that this would make me happy, especially when she'd be acting like a stalker a moment ago? I mean, it is suspicious. But then again, so are we. So, question marks. Maybe if she was 2D, it might work. But a 3D girl like that was just a weirdo, scary. I felt really embarrassed just being here, too. I wanted to get out of here as soon as possible. 3D girls were just the worst. Even talking to one made you nervous. Okay? I'm not
3
interested
次元に興味はないよ。
in 3D. Huh?
あいや、
No,
め
okay, that's definitely a weird way to put that. I mean, obviously, yeah, real life stuff has a little more concern. Like, if you're like driving in a video game, you can drive however you want. There's no concern. But in real life, you have to actually, you know, you can't just quick save and like, oh, try this, try that. But that's really not that hard to talk to people as long as there isn't other extenuating circumstances going on. But main characters whose name I can't remember. I don't know, we'll call him Noah because I can't remember his name. Noah's a bit extreme. I mean, definitely it does make sense that he's on his guard in this situation, But that's literally just because he saw somebody murder somebody. I mean, if you wind up either having something happen or witnessing something happen, that's going to leave an impression. And when you're suddenly having somebody who is, quietly watching you from the shadows and following you without you knowing, I mean, it definitely raises some red flags. Tried to say something harsh, but hesitated. But I knew if I didn't say it, she'd keep stalking. So I didn't want that. Okay, so your strategy is to just be a jerk and to come off as some sort of just like we're trying to out mentally unstable the stalker. And even then, there's concerns here. But we definitely shouldn't trust her just because she was watching us from the shadows earlier. And that is not something that's easily explained away. And the fact that it is such a far removed scenario from what is normal reality brings up questions. And besides, the idea between 2D and 3D is this. Usually in a 2D, things follow story tropes, movie plots. For example, you can have in a movie, you expect the hero to win. Real life, you're not guaranteed to win. Okay, we stopped the terrorists. No, that's not how, real life, you're not guaranteed to win. I mean, a TV show, it could be an hour-long episodic anime, or even Stargate SG-1. Usually, even then, a two-parter, it'll still get resolved. Usually, it's like the episode of Simpsons. No matter what happens, everything will be fine in the end. In real life, you get in a car accident, that's going to have long-reaching. The main point is the idea of having a concern between 2D and 3D is this. 2D is not reality. So what he's doing here is just making sure not to confuse what things that are happening in real life with based off of something in a cartoon or an anime. But there are still very concerning elements of stuff going on here.
迷惑だよ。つきまとわないでよ。
You're a weirdo, leave me alone.
すいません。
I'm sorry. She looks sad. Did she really feel bad about it, maybe? No, I couldn't let her fool me. I couldn't believe in any 3D person. I only believed in 2D. Nothing else. I could trust Seraton a lot more than I could trust her. Okay, technically 2D can betray you too. I mean, at the end of the day, you're just choosing only to trust something that isn't actually real. It's oh yeah, I trust in the drawing. Yeah, it's true. The drawing can't hurt you, but it's not sentient. Everyone's for the love of God, drink something with caffeine. It's it's just constantly Lunar D8 yawning into the... It's Lunar D8 started some bullshit diatribe about anime and 2D, 3D stuff. And then he started yawning and falling asleep.
もうついてこないでね。
Just leave me alone.
僕
I'm going
帰
home.
るから。
I forced myself to stand up as I stammered out the words. My whole body still hurt, especially my shoulder. I could barely move it, and every so often I feel a dull ache from it. I mean, we could just be honest with her, hey, I saw you following me this morning to school. I see you here. I saw you at the cafe. That's got me concerned. I am basically a nobody. Nobody even really notices I exist. And nobody sees any value in me. So for you to suddenly be following me around, I feel like there's no legitimate explanation for why that would be something actually occurring in reality. So there has to be something I don't know about. Because something very unusual is occurring. But more to the point is that last time I was out and about, I saw somebody murder somebody. There was a girl about your age, and she had literally crucified a guy in concrete. Again, how do you drive? Like, that's not how concrete works. Even if there isn't flesh and bone in the way. The pain was making me a little dizzy. I might have hit my head a little when I had landed. Huh. One, I know that question earlier in the game was about whether or not people had glasses or not. If I'd answered no on that, would she not be wearing glasses? Here's another question. Is the person in front of me somehow the 2D Sierraton, the anime character figurine that's on my desk? Did the anime figurine somehow become real, like jump dimensions, and now her hair is not pink, and she's wearing a school uniform instead of a... Everyone's like, it's like Lunar D8 started off by criticizing the main character for being crazy. And now Lunar D8 is now out crazying the crazy character. I'm just saying, it's a video game. Anything can happen. Real life, it'd be kind of odd if you started thinking this, but it's a video game. And I'm just saying, what if our anime figurine became a real person and her hair is no longer pink? And I'm like, look at them. They look very much the same. They look very similar. And people are like, they're anime characters. There's only so much range that with this type of graphics, the author of the game can do. They all look the same. And I'm like, is that racist? You just said all anime characters look the same. And everyone's like, can you please stop bullshitting one of us? And I'm like, I thought it was funny. I can fuck with you guys on that shit. It's not like anyone took that even seriously for a second. Like, oh no, we're all sad. Lunar D8 hates us. Not that anyone would actually fucking care. Everyone's like, where is this conversation going? I don't know. Okay, whatever. I staggered for a moment. You quickly grabbed my hand. Oh, thank you. So was I going to fall and you caught me?
怪我してるんですね。手貸します。
You're hurt? Right? Let me help you. Okay. The fact that you didn't immediately just fuck off and actually kept your calm demeanor without getting upset or angry, like, you're obviously hurt and sad. But one, you didn't yell at me. Like, here's the thing. Right now, she's showing a lot of patience and a lot of gentleness and a lot of maturity. Because here's the thing. Yes, she definitely took it hard, what I said, which shows that it at least matters to her. And she showed sadness at it. But despite being sad and dejected, she did not yell at me. She did not say anything mean to me. She did not insult me, and she did not threaten me. And she wasn't angry. And she still chose to help me when I went to fall. That's kind. That's appreciated, but I'm still worried about the whole morning thing. I mean, I literally saw another high school girl murder some dude by defying the laws of physics. Like, we just see, like, Albert Einstein and Newton and Elon Musk flying through the sky on fire as, like, the laws of gravity and, you know... Yeah, right now I'm sort of... Say what dumbass, because, like, I was thinking of a joke, and I'm like, that was too dumb. It's too dumb. And everyone's like, we want to hear the joke. Like, no, you don't. It was so fucking awful. I was like, oh my god. It's like, but yeah, like, But yeah, it's like Albert Einstein, Newton, and Elon Musk are flying through the sky on fire because the laws of gravity and of Arby's. Yes, the roast beef store. I don't know. I'm hungry. I'm also fat. Okay, whatever, let's move on. It was all I could do not to turn and look at her. I knew my face was bright red. If she saw it, she'd definitely make fun of me. I knocked her hand away violently so that I could turn away from her. Okay, that's excessive. I mean, we are reacting in an excessive way. I mean, granted, yes, we should. Like, I think it's understandable we'd be blushing a little bit, you know, human contact and all. I mean, probably be a bit embarrassing, especially if you haven't engaged in such a thing in such a long time. But there's also the issue of, okay, we saw people getting stabbed in the past. I mean, I can understand looking at her other hand, making sure she's not about to pull a knife out and stab us in the ribs. I mean, because, you know, being stabbed would suck. And then we would die. But, I mean, we haven't seen the knife yet. So, no reason for us to jump back just yet. We don't know. Like, I'd say 7% chance she's going to stab us. But the other 93% chance, I think we're okay. My mind was going blank. I almost never had a chance to touch a girl who wasn't a family member. I could feel my heart
お家 quicken. まで送ります。
Let me walk you home. You got hurt
私が
because I was following you. Okay, the one, I'd feel bad about that because I didn't even walk my own sister home. So it's like, now I feel like more of a jerk. But two, I already have a concern about you being a potential stalker. I don't want you to know where I live. But then there's also the other concern. If you are a stalker, you probably already know where I live. And everyone's like, Lunar, didn't you have people over at your house when you were younger and you were... I was like, no, I didn't. Because one, I did not have much luck or success with people. Two, and this is an important one, I think aside from like my 18th birthday party where I had my best friends I had known for like 7 years or so over for like half an hour for a birthday party where we like ate some cake and then that was it and we went over to like one of their houses. I never had people over at my house because one, the house I lived in when I was with my parents was very small. Two, my parents, especially my dad, did not like the idea of other people ever being allowed inside our house ever. Basically, God was not okay with that. So you're not allowed to have people over. So, yeah. But I usually would go out for walks and stuff, or as in Boy Scouts. I worked throughout all of high school. I worked about 37 to 39 hours a week, plus did my Boy Scout stuff. I also got straight A's, got Eagle Scout, got a 4.0. I took classes like physics, calculus, and chemistry. I got straight A's in everything. Everyone's like, why didn't you go to college? Because I couldn't fucking afford it. But yeah, like I said, I didn't have people over. In fact, for the first few years after school, I went to a factory and was working like 50 to plus hours a week while paying half the rent at home. Yes, I was still living with my parents. But I was paying half the rent and paying for my own bills like my car and stuff, and I was paying for anything I myself wanted, but it's not like I ever made a ton of money. I just made enough to get by. That means that there were a few times I did have some dates, but I was not allowed to bring them home. You are not allowed to have friends or women in the house, because that is against God. Sometimes looking back, there are a few elements of my childhood and home life that I feel a bit resentful about. But if I go into detail about that stuff, we'll be here for like 30 hours. And in general, I'll say this. I have issues with some things, but I at least love my mom. I love my mom. She is old, though, at this point, and everyone's like, why do you bring that up? Because 7.5, actually, almost 8 years ago, she had 3 strokes and a brain aneurysm. It almost killed her. She's mostly recovered from that, but I would like her to live a long time, because I don't want my mom to die. But, you do have to accept reality about certain things. But I will say this. When my mom does die, I will be sad. I will miss her. But, yeah, And heck, I know when I had that bladder surgery back in October, that's like, what is it? November, December, January, February, March. About 5 months ago, she was over here for 3 nights. Spent the night. I'm grateful for that because I was practically crippled. Going up and down the stairs was... I mean, granted, my mom doesn't have enough physical strength to actually help me or anything, but it's at least good to have somebody there who can, if the medicine bottle was too far away, because there were sometimes I was in a little bit too much physical pain, and I'm like, yeah, the pill bottle's over there, or it's like, could you like grab me that water bottle that's over there? But yeah, and granted, I was still moving around a bit here and there, and there was the first night I had her drive me to the emergency room, just because I went into detail in the community posts about that. I don't want to gross everyone out with... It's just I was in a lot of pain. I was asking the people at the ER to give me some morphine. They told me no. They also got upset at me for going there, and I'm like, there is blood coming out of me, and I'm in pain. And they're just like, that's normal. Deal with it. I'm like, But, heck, on day 2 of that, I think I spent 22 hours just halfway curled into a ball, just staring at the wall. Occasionally I pulled my phone out and just typed a message or updated my community post about how I was doing, but for the most part, I know at one point when I went to try to sit up and try to... Because basically it got to the point I couldn't hardly move, so I just had a bucket next to the bed so I could, drain the bag of all my urine into the bucket. So, there were a few times my mom had to pick the bucket up and dump it in the toilet. She could at least lift that much. But there was no way she was going to help me move in any way. But just she's not strong enough to do that. But she can at least lift something that's only a couple pounds. But I know at one point when I was trying to sit up and move, it took an hour for me just to sit up. I was in so much pain. That being said, I was glad to spend some time with my mom. It was very unpleasant circumstances. I'm just saying, my mom does love me, but throughout my life, my mom has also said and done some things that I still also feel resentful over. But all in all, I still love my mom, and she's my mother. So everyone's like, what about your dad? No. Technically, he's my stepdad, but I consider him my dad. But no to both of them. We now have the scene where Lunar is just sort of staring off into space, being half depressed and half about to pass the fuck out. Everyone's like, just drink some caffeine for the love of God. And I'm like, I ran out of tea and I didn't get more recently. I'll go buy some more tea. Or brew some. Forget what we were talking about. But I'm just saying it would definitely be an odd thing for me to think about, because one, I was getting bullied in school pretty much my whole life, even since I was young, so I got used to the idea that everybody hates me. That, hey, if you look at people, they will hurt you. If you talk to people, they will hurt you. If you exist around people, they will hurt you. If you go outside, they will hurt you. You get used to the idea of people just spitting on you and throwing shit at you or punching you, and everyone in the world hating you. You get used to that idea. I shouldn't, but I still hold a little bit of grudge about the times. 5v1, getting the fucking shit kicked out of you for like half an hour to an hour, getting punched like thousands of times. And the fact that there's hundreds and hundreds of instances I can think about where people were jerks. That's fine, it's just... Like I said, it's a little odd though. Noah's situation is just that he literally is just hateful on people for people. Me, I'm just, hey, I have tons of memories of people hurting me. I just don't want people to hurt me. And plus, I'm like, okay, I'm used to the idea of people seeing no value in me as a person. So if suddenly someone actually does care or talk to me, it's like, okay, so where's the camera? Like catching this hilarious prank where I'm being lied to and my feelings are being made into a joke. But sometimes I swear my dad still thinks it's the 1800s. In regard to that, when it comes to, but even then, a lot of that stuff is hypocritical, just given everything else. So it's like, yeah, let's be overly harsh and overly strict on somebody, but also let's be a hypocrite and just be rude to the person and deny them any sort of respect. That's not going to make them feel resentful of you at all. Main point being is there were no people. But even in the situations where they did eventually become people, even though I paid half the fucking rent and paid for anything that was my own stuff and my own car and insurance and that stuff, and it was actually paying half the rent for where we lived, Oh no, I still can't have a girl over because that's against God. I feel like I'm justified in being resentful on that. Because especially then, I'm like, okay, you're 21 years old, you've never caused any problems, you've been working and you pay stuff, and everyone's like, why did you move out earlier? There just were no really places to move to, and again, I couldn't afford college. Eventually I did try a online college because it was cheaper, because I couldn't get scholarships or anything. And I was like, well, I want to try to do something. However, it turned out that company was a scam. So I lost all my savings. And then was required to pay back money on a student loan for a company that was later declared as a criminal organization by the U.S. government itself. Like that's something for if the U.S. government literally sends you a letter a decade after you went to the school telling you that they declared that the school you went to was a criminal organization and the people in the school are being prosecuted for crimes in terms of fraud and all that shit. Oh well. We'll go back to the game. And while I will say the girl in front of us is cute, that's no reason to drop our guard in the fact that she was stalking us, or the fact that we saw somebody get murdered. Also, there's the fact that this is a video game, and this kind of cutesy sort of style, she is cute, but it also makes me think about Higurashi. Because Higurashi does the same thing. Where it starts as a cute little slice of life show, and then turns into everyone being serial killers and murderers. And it'd be one thing for me to be surprised if I was just watching this as an anime and there was no hints about it. But given the fact this is literally a horror video game, and we all saw the intro to this game, yeah, I'd be dumb not to expect it. That being said, another game that does the genre flipping thing, heck, there's always a juxtaposition of comedy. Take Evil Dead, you have Bruce Campbell, so you have a mix of horror and comedy. But then you have other things like Song of Memories for PS4. It starts off as a dating sim game, it turns into a zombie apocalypse survival pandemic game. Anyway, enough of my stupid rambling. Yes, I'm drinking a jug of tea, a jug at a time. Whereas why don't you get a glass? It's fine, I will drink. A jug isn't that heavy. It's just a gallon of water. Let me walk you home, Ma. You got hurt because I was following you. So let me walk you home. I appreciated her offer. I wasn't used to having anybody be nice to me, and I felt like I might actually fall in love with this 3D girl I'd hated just a moment ago, but that didn't mean I had the courage to look straight at her. And anyway, she was a stalker, and she might have something to do with the demon girl too, and I didn't want to die. So many different thoughts were racing through my head that I didn't know what I felt anymore. Where do you live?
Shinsei.
Shinsei.
Shinsen?
Shinsen. I nodded, then realized what I'd done. Why the hell did I tell her that? What was I expecting to happen? This was just a delusion anyway. Death flag? What's a death flag? Oh, the marks in games that... Right. There's games that have different paths, and take Undertale. You have a pacifist route, and a genocide route, and stuff like that. There's games that have, you have to do certain events in order to trigger certain flags for certain things to happen. Whether it's romance somebody, or to get a secret weapon, or that you're going to die. Or even if it wasn't, I would only be happy for a while before it all ruined at the last second. That's how it always worked out in anime, right? I could feel the death flags popping up by the second. Crap. I mean, technically I would criticize him for this, but I mean, I was doing that a little bit in the last episode, where I'm like, oh, they're doing this thing here. And usually in a video game or an anime, when this happens, that character dies. Now she was up against me, trying to help me walk. I could feel her soft body up against mine. Her hair smelled good. Impossible. No 3D girl would ever be this nice to me.
歩けますか?
Can you walk? I nodded again.
じゃあ、行きましょう。
Then let's go. She sounded nervous and she was watching my feet as we slowly walked. At this point, I didn't feel like I could refuse or shake her off. Helplessly, I let her tiny body support me as we went. Neither I nor Yua said a word until we got to the building where the base was at. I mean, I imagine this time would be a good opportunity to say, hey, Yua, I'm sorry if maybe I overreacted a bit, and I appreciate you helping me. I think I'm okay to walk. I don't think I can twist an ankle or anything, but I still am concerned because I saw you this morning when I was on the way to school, and about a day ago I saw something else occur, and it has me a little on edge. There was no way I could have a real conversation with a girl. I mean, it's not that hard. I mean, I can have conversations with women. Heck, I've gone up to people and just had normal conversations. And sometimes, yes, I was doing it because I was interested in, hey, maybe I'll ask this person out. Other times it was, okay, I doubt they're doing anything, but how about just talk to people, and I want to try to just have better social skills, and the best way to do that is by talking to people. And it was interesting. I always have a bit of interesting conversation. And a lot of times I usually get them to laugh a little bit, but I do feel I'm actually pretty good at reading body language and facial expressions. It's just I am a bit withdrawn to things because, one, a lot of times I tend to just not be around people. Two, there are lots of experiences where people would literally become violent and even try to murder me. Which, that is not an exaggeration. So I'm just saying that sort of sticks with you, and you just sort of stay on guard with that. But given the fact that I can list multiple examples of people trying to murder me from every decade of my life, oh well. It's the future. The future is better because I've yet to figure out why. I don't know. Even I talk about anime or games or figures, a 3D girl would never try to understand. She'd just tell me I was creepy. I mean, most people don't really share anime as a hobby or interest. But it is important to sort of gauge where somebody's at. I know sometimes when I type stuff out on the internet, I'll get carried away and I will type for whole pages. Because I know if I was talking out loud to somebody, I feel the desire to do that, but I hold myself back from it. Just because I don't want to be overwhelming. Heck, most of the time I tend to be a very stoic, very quiet person. And I try to understand what the other person is trying to talk about and talk about topics they want to talk about. Because, yeah, I'm trying not to seem crazy. Then again, I'm also the kind of person that, you know, in any relationship I've ever been in, or anybody I was dating, you know, no matter even if it was a longer relationship, I never talked about having depression, or about things from the past, or about other women, or anything like that. Because those are personal things, and those are not things that I'd want to discuss with such a person. Also, it just feels... I think that would be creepy. So... And from my perspective, there was no point in talking to worthless girls like that.
ここでもういいから。
This is far enough. Well, I mean, you don't know that until you try. Like, yes, I can agree. There's not much point in having a conversation with somebody about the nuances of Dragon Ball Z if it's not something they have interest in. At that point, they don't care and you're just annoying them. But if there's somebody that's really into that, they really do want to talk about it, then sure. Or at the very least, you can hit on it a little bit, and then they might not be wanting to stay on that exact part of anime, but want to talk about something else. Because part of having a conversation is understanding what topics the other person wants to talk about. You can introduce other topics, and you just sort of gauge their reactions, their body language, their facial expressions, what they say, not just in the literal sense of verbatim what words they say, not just their literal reactions, but also the changes in tone of voice and their interests, and even just, like I said, especially facial responses. That way you can gauge, okay, this person's into this, or they want to hint at this other part of the conversation, or, okay, they don't want to talk about that, they want to talk more but not about that, or they don't want to talk at all, they're getting tired, they're excited, they're angry. The main point of a conversation is understanding the social cues of other people and responding accordingly. As well as if you yourself feel annoyed talking to the person, then, well, politely breaking it off and be like, okay, I'm going to go home for the day. Bye. This is far enough. I whispered, and then watched how she reacted. She nodded slightly and then let go of me. I still staggered a little.
やっぱり、お部屋までついて行きましょうか。
Are you sure you don't want me to take you to your room? I ignored her and headed for the building's lobby. I say lobby, but it was really a narrow hallway leading to some elevators. There was a small staircase. When I tried to go up it, I felt an incredible pain that almost knocked me over.
大丈夫ですか?
Did we twist our ankle? Are you okay? She ran over and grabbed me. Damn it. Was she still here?
やっぱり部屋まで送ります。
I need to take you to your room.
絶対
I'm going to do it no
送りますから。
matter what you say. But my pride! Everyone's like, calm down, Vegeta. It's like, my pride. I'm like, go Super Saiyan. It's like, I can walk! Is everyone else just imagining Super Saiyan Vegeta being helped into an elevator? For some reason, she seemed really desperate. To be honest, she'd been a big help in getting me this far. My base was on the roof, and to get there, you had to take the elevator to the 8th floor, and then go up a steep staircase. I couldn't have done it on my own. Yua didn't look that strong, but she'd done everything she could to help me get up. She'd been supporting me for so long, she was out of breath. Okay, I kind of feel bad.
こんなところに住んでるんですね。
You live here, huh? You know, just dawns on me, it kind of, from an outside perspective to her, it might not seem the best that, oh, you live in a fancy hotel room. Oh, cool. And then it's like, here I am. You live on a dumpster on the roof. It's a nice dumpster. It's a double wide. She looked at the shipping container in shock. I guess to most people living in a shipping container was really weird.
なんか、憧れます。
Kind of jealous. Okay, that's... okay.
アウトローな感じがして、いいですよね。こういうのって。
It's got this kind of outlaw feel to it, you know? Okay, now I was just imagining like the intro music to Outlaw Star. Da-da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da. Everyone said that's not how it goes. I tried. I certainly wasn't expecting her to say that. Was she trying to suck up to me? You can't fool me. I'm not letting 3D girls fool me. Oh yeah, guy. I mean, granted, I do have a paranoia to people, but it's toward all people. pretty much. Okay, our apartment is not filled with blood. Phew, I was finally home. What another awful day. I resolved again to never leave my room if I could help
真っ
it.
暗ですね。電気のスイッチはどこに？
Is my computer my only light source? It's so dark, where's the light switch? She'd come right inside my room without bothering to ask. Well, I guess it was because she'd been helping me walk this whole time. But still, I didn't really want her seeing the inside of my room. Yeah, it might be a little messy, but, I never planned on company. There was a whole shelf of figures, H-game boxes on the bed, and garbage all over the floor. Yeah. Also, the computer's old as fuck.
もういいから、話して。
I'm fine. You can let go. I waited for her to remove her hand, but she didn't.
床、すごく散らかって。
The floor is a disgusting mess. I
歩
mean,
きにくいと思うんで
it's
すけど、
probably really hard to walk on
絶
it.
対危ないで
It's
す。
dangerous.
ソファーまで行きましょう。
Let's get you
そ
to
こ
the
で話し
sofa.
ますから。
Then I'll let you go. Where do I shower? Like, is there a shower in the schools? Do I just, shower on my, PE? Does this school even have PE? I mean, I only go a couple of days. When do I ever bathe? What about deodorant? Let's get you to the sofa. Then I'll let you go. Do I have a bed or do I just have a soda? A soda. A sofa. It was then Lunar D8 curled up and slept on a giant thing of Pepsi. You want to get on the waterbed? No, it's full of Pepsi. That'd probably get nasty. In the end, I did as she told me. There were CDs and magazines all over the sofa, but she cleared a spot for me to sit down. She was really kind and considerate. Wait, I wasn't going to let her fool me. Not a chance.
平気ですか？
Are you all right? Yeah. It was just me and her inside the room. The door was still open and a little bit of moonlight was coming in through it, but the room was mostly pitch black. It was too dark to read the expression on her face, but the fact that I could see her made the sound of U.S. breathing seem almost seductive somehow. I realized that this was the first time I'd let a girl beside my sister in my room, and she was also someone I barely even knew. If this was a game, it would mean she was totally into me. Maybe there would be a situation where things would keep going and I'd end up kissing her. Okay, if we were dating, yes. However, this is way too fast for that. And also, depending on what decade we're in, societal culture has different things to say about this. So I don't know what's considered normal in the current society. I think the game's supposed to be taking place in 2012 or something, maybe. So, and also Japan. So, but here's the thing. While it is a kind gesture to escort somebody, let's be clear, it doesn't even matter about gender. Whether it's a guy escorting a girl escorting a guy escorting a guy, or a girl escorting a girl, this is very unusual. Normally people would not do this for anyone unless that was a partner. And it would be very weird for something like this to as quick, definitely yes, if it was a hentai game or a fictional scenario made by people who are trying to make something entertaining, then yes, it would turn into that because that would be entertaining for whoever's watching it. But in real life, seems very illogical. It seems very much like Spock would be in the corner having a heart attack. So what happened? He had too much. He ran out of logic. There was not enough logic in my decisions. What's happening now? He's ODing on sarcasm. But yeah, I would say under these circumstances, even if you suspected the person was into you, I think it would be very weird and inappropriate to try to kiss her. I would say... Also, if I'm on the bed, how am I supposed to lock the door with padlock after she leaves? Am I supposed to say, okay, thanks for helping me get to my bed. I'm going to pass out now. Now you have to walk all the way back through the entire building and walk all the way home while I leave my shipping container unlocked. Yeah, so there's lots of things about this that feel like something is going to happen that's bad. Like we're going to get stabbed. Are we going to get stabbed? But that wasn't what I was expecting. Reality was always cruel. It wasn't like 2D, and this girl wasn't normal either. She was a stalker. How long was she going to keep standing there anyway? Now that she'd seen my home, shouldn't she be going? Then I realized, was she waiting for me to get me alone so she could do something horrible to me?
明かりのスイッチは
Where's the light switch? Do we even have a light switch?
パソコンの
The computer.
パソコン
Computer? It's our only light source. The only light in this room was the desk light next to the computer. I tried to tell her that, but I couldn't.
そうか。
Oh, I
あ
see.
のデスクライトですね。
Over on the desk.
うん。
Yeah. Is that thing on the left side, is that a light? I think that's a light to the left. Do I have two computer screens? Why do I have two computer screens? Why do you need more than one? She carefully dodged around the garbage on the floor as she walked over to the counter desk and turned on the light. Yay, I have light. The room was finally freed from the darkness. When it was dark, the fact that I couldn't see, made me imagine all kinds of different delusions. But being able to see her wasn't much better. I felt twice as embarrassed as before. I fell dead silent as quickly turned my face down. Her sudden gasp startled me. I looked and saw she was looking at the figure of Seraton next to my computer monitor. Are you also a fan of that anime? I have a giant poster over there next to my 100 naked waifus.
これって、プラチューのセイラちゃんですよね。
I mean, I could say I'm impressed with that, but it probably says that in big bold letters on the poster. This is Sarah from Bloodtoon, right? Huh?
知ってるの
You know her?
はい。プラチューは大好きで、
Yes, I love
毎週
Bloodtoon.
見てます。
I watch it every week.
へえ。
セイラちゃんがお好きなんですね。私もヒロインの中では彼女が一番好きなんですよ。衣装も可愛いですし。
I really like Sarah. She's my favorite heroine. Her outfit's really cute. There was a note of happiness in her voice. She seemed like she was telling the truth. That was surprising. Was Yua a...
不女子
I don't know what that means. Girls who enjoy games and love between so-called yaoi. Normal female anime fans are not called fujoshi. I did not know there was a word specifically for women who are anime fans who love gay hentai. Yeah, girls who enjoy games, anime, doujins, etc., about love between two or more men, so-called yaoi. Normal female anime fans are not called fujoshi. And part of me wants to ask, like, hey, people in my audience, is it normal for, like, for everyone to like this stuff or not, and everyone's like, 1, you don't have an audience. 2, that'd be like the weirdest question ever. Like, hey, women in the audience watching my Let's Play about a perverted psychotic horror game. Do you like hentai about gay men? Or like asking men, hey guys, do you like hentai about gay women? Like, this would be an awkward question. Foreshadowing that someone is going to die. A term from computer gaming, to give an example from popular culture. If a person in a war movie says, I'm getting married as soon as the war is over, they're probably not going to make it out alive. Yeah, and I was talking about this crap earlier. Like, I was like, yeah, this is like, I've seen that enough in TV tropes. Maybe I should return to the game After Dream at some point. I still want to play some platformers or some reflex games. You also sound like you're going to take a nap. I'm tired. It's like, everyone's like, we need to start giving Lunar D8 energy drinks. And I'm like, I'm not drinking those anymore. But I want to. Okay, where was he? Did we say Fujoshi out loud? Are you... Why? Why would we... 1, the fact that that's even a word, that was surprising to me. But 2, why would I say that out loud? Oh no. She was just an anime fan, I guess. This is what you call a figure, right? Can I take a look? Oh, sorry. I know that's rude of me. I should just be going. She started to bow apologetically. You can take a look. I mean, I'm glad you have an interest, just please don't break anything. That being said, I have a collection of games. Most of them are probably porn, but I'm sure some of them aren't. So if you see some like manga or anime DVDs or a game you like, you could probably borrow it. You can take it home with you. I didn't mind it when somebody complimented my wife. I guess I couldn't be a little nice to her. Really? Thank you. She picked up Sarah and began to examine her.
それは山陽堂版の覚醒前バージョンなんだ。セーラフィギュアはいくつか種類が出てるけど、最初に出たやつ。
That's a pre-awakening version of Sanyato made. There are a bunch of Sarah figurines out there, but this is the first one that was ever made. Now, it's not like he means the first one ever made, period. Like, it was the first... It's one of the first models. Like, this... The figurine I have belongs to the first model type that was created. Huh? The quality isn't very good. The face is kind of wrong in spots. And the pose is really generic. Not sexy at all. But right now, it's the only one that has cast off, so you can take her top off. Her top? Also, I've got all 4 versions of her figures. On that shelf, you'll see her uniform version, her maid version, her swimsuit version. It's like, while I am a anime enthusiast, I will say I could definitely see how perhaps like saying, hey, here's like my dozen Warhammer books might come off as a bit excessive. There's that many? Wow.
一番評価が高いのはメイドバージョンなんだけど、個人的には水着バージョンも悪くないよ。
The maid version has the best reviews, but personally, I like the swimsuit version.
そうなんですか。見てみたいですね。でも、 ちょっと暗くて。
I see. I'd love to see them, but it's a little dark.
もうすぐアルファから待望の覚醒後バージョンが出るんだけど、これはかなりクオリティ高そうなんだ。
Alpha's finally about to release a post-awakening version, and it's going to be really high quality.
キャストオフも胸元だけじゃなくてほぼ全身可能だっていうし、表情もポーズも質感も言うことなしだね。
At least it doesn't hurt like it used to. My knees used to hurt all the fucking time. So, definitely feels a lot better. My shoulder blades don't have that pain anymore either. Lets you take off all of her clothes, and not just her top, and her expression and pose and texture are just perfect.
あとはカラーさえバッチリなら今年発売されたフィギュアの中でも MVP 候補だよ。
If they can get the coloring right, it might be one of the best figures of the year.
アルファ？
Alpha,
メーカーだよ、フィギュアの。
a manufacturer of figures.
ああ、なるほど。
Oh, I see. Suddenly, I gasped. I realized that I'd talked way too much. And about anime figures too. I also had the feeling that I'd said all kinds of really embarrassing things about taking off clothes or sexy poses too. I wanted to see what expression on her face was, but I didn't have the courage. She was probably looking at me like I was a piece of human garbage. My heart was pounding fast as I tried to look away. When she said my name, I turned to face her before I'd realized what I'd done. The look of disgust and contempt I expected, it wasn't there.
さっき言っていた戦闘バージョンとかメイドバージョンも見せてもらっていいですか？
Can I see the combat version and maid version you were talking about? I will say this is a nice thing. It's like, hey, we're talking to someone who is, one, not disgusted with us or our interests, and actually has a genuine interest in listening to us talk about our interests, and actually seems enjoying our company. Yay! Happy face, as Lunar tries to think of some sort of perverted, horrible joke to both make the audience laugh and also not watch the video anymore. And the video is like, it's like everyone downvote the video. Lunar D8, he's being like misogynistic and all about boobies, and he won't stop talking about anime figures and shit. He lives in a trailer on top of a skyscraper. We all live in the pods! The wheels. Oh. We all live in a yellow submarine. Oh, I think I was watching that recently about a video about could you use a submarine in outer space as a spaceship? Grover climbed the stairs on his quest to kill God. Every stair, one of his sins. Okay. Huh? Yeah. They're
そっちの棚に。
on that shelf. I didn't know how to react. She was smiling and looking like she was having a great time.
すごいですね。
Wow,
こんなにたくさん。
this is amazing. Look at them all. As she stared at the shelf of figures, her eyes were smiling brightly. I couldn't believe that a 3D girl could look at these and not be freaked out. It does also remind me, there was an anime called 2.5 Dimensional Seduction. It's kind of like My Dress Up Darling, but better. Then again, there was also a manga called Orc Eroica. It looks like it says erotica, but it's eroica, like heroic. Eroica is a word there's no letter T. Eroica it's a word that means a hero's journey. And it's a story about an orc that's seeking a wife. And it's like trying to date these human women and then elf women and going across the world trying to build reputation and get a wife. And here's the thing, when I bought it, I thought it would be a hentai. It was not. It was extremely wholesome. Then again, I also got a manga once called Booty Royale, which I thought would be an ecchi fighting manga. It was hardcore hentai. Some of the scenes are a bit, gross. That's how I'll put it. Definitely not stuff that was expected. But yeah, that one follows this epic of a, let's see, it's a lesbian woman who is in her 20s, who is 6 foot tall and has K-cup tits, who is also one of the world's most powerful and skilled martial artists, and is actually quite physically strong. And fights like assassins and stuff. It's like Assassin's Creed, but it's Goku and boobs. And, I don't know. Then again, I also describe Senran and Kagura as Dynasty Warriors, but with titties. Was the world a bigger place than I thought it was? Oh, this is Maid Sarah, huh? It's a little different than the anime, but still really cute. Well, I mean, a lot of people nowadays get like, echo chamber sort of stuff where they just sort of get into one group and only hear one side of things. Me, I try to hear what everyone has to say. And keep in mind, what's on YouTube isn't exactly reality, but it is important to listen to what other people have to say, especially other people sharing their experiences. But at the end of the day, everyone's their own unique person, so while you should, reserve judgment and keep your guard up, it's important to keep an open mind, talk to everybody, and not lay all your cards on the table, but you have to have some amount of trust for other people.
下着までちゃんと作り込んであるんだ。こういうの実物で見たのは初めてですけど、いいですね。私も買ってみようかな。
They even put a bunch of effort into the underwear too. I've never even seen the real thing before, but this is great. Maybe I'll buy one too.
だったら覚醒後バージョンを予約した方がいいよ。あれは絶対おすすめだから。
If you're interested, you should put in a reservation for the post-awakening version. It's gonna be awesome.
そうですね。あなたの話を聞いていたら、その覚醒後バージョンは本気で欲しくなりました。
You're right. Listening to you made me really want one.
覚醒後って12話のあのシーンのことですよね。
Post-awakening would be from that scene in episode 12, right?
よく知ってますな、お主。かなり
You
のマニア
recognize
で
it,
す
huh?
な。
You must be a big fan.
はい、好きですから。特にあの時の覚醒シーンは毎日録画したものを見返してます。
Yes, I really am. Every day I watch the copy of the awakening scene that I recorded.
あのシーンって演出と作画宮地なんだ。だからクオリティ高くて当然。
The direction and animation for that scene were done by Miyagi, so of course it's going to be high quality.
宮地？
そう
Miyagi?
いう神クリエイターがいるんだ。あの人の演出はマジで神だよ。アットちゃんの実況版でも神来たってなるし。
That's the name of this god-level creator. His directing is incredible. Whenever he does something, A-chan freaks out. One moment. I'm back. I'm sorry about that. I've been running out of breath more often lately. Had to use an inhaler.
そうなんですか。
I see.
すごく知識が豊富なんですね。私、スタッフが誰かなんてまるで気にしてませんでした。
You really know a lot about it, huh? I never put any thought into who the staff
監
were.
督と演出と脚本はチェックしとくといいよ。特に新作なんかはそれを調べるだけで内容の良し悪しが大体予測できるし。
You should always look at who does the series directing, episode directing, and scripting. For new stuff, that alone will tell you whether it's going to be good or not.
わかりました。今度からそうしてみますね。
Alright, I'll do that from now on. She was still smiling at me with her pretty smile. Is the serial killer going to kill her? The girl's smiling at me. I thought it only happened in H games, but now it was happening to me. But whenever 3D girls, especially my little sister, were smiling at me, it's because they were making fun of me. She was up to something, I knew it. I couldn't forget Sarah Tan's words. Don't believe anybody. Don't listen to anything anyone says. Huh?
こんなこと聞いていいかどうかわからないんですけど。
I don't know if it's okay for me to ask, but... I'm sorry, I was spacing out. I was remembering the words my anime figure told me. Because I'm not crazy.
何?
What? She started to fidget a little. She was looking down at the ground and avoiding looking me in the eye.
聞かせてもらってもいいでしょうか。
Can I ask?
あなたのお名前。
Your name.
名前?
My name? I constantly forget that, like, Tanaka or something? The name of this guy that we're playing as. Because there's no, like, caption on the side reminding me at all times. My short-term memory. I swear I've never smoked weed in my life. Never smoked anything in my life. I have had a lot of concussions, though. I've also been poisoned. I've also had swelling of the brain. I've also been hit by a truck. And had like a dozen staples on the left side of my skull. So, I have taken a lot of blows to the head. I've also been hit in the head with bricks. And a bat. And about a few, like, 1,000 punches. At least. And some kicks. We'll just go with I've gotten my head hit a lot. That hurts, by the way. But at this point, yeah, why wouldn't we tell her her name? She's literally in our house, in our room. Yeah, why wouldn't we? I realized that she'd introduced herself first, but I hadn't. But, I mean, it was a very unusual circumstance. Takumi Nishijo, which I will forget again in 2 seconds. Suddenly, I felt embarrassed. The words came out quiet and soft.
西條匠くんですね。何年生?
Takumi Nishijo, what year are you?
2年.
Second year.
私は3年。私の方が年上さんですね。
I'm in third year. I guess I'm older than you, huh? Okay, what's with this happening? Anytime this stuff happens, concerns are occurring. Oh no, that Moe pose was enough to make me almost pass out. That's not really a pose, though, but it is cute. Was Yua's Moe type quieter, older girl? She was trying to seduce me. She was dangerous. She was definitely up to something. Okay, I don't know if I would say that. Like I said, I do have a general distrust of people. But that being said, it is still a very unusual circumstance. But at this point, you know, we're already in the pool. It's not like saying, oh, maybe there are sharks in the water. We're already in the water. Just saying, if the person is a serial killer, yeah, it's already kind of past the point of no return on that. But then again, it's like we also know this game's like going to be something like Higurashi, so. But But usually real life does not turn into such things. But I think life is this long series of everyone having their own paranoias and insecurities, and some people have more than others, some people have less. But I'll say one thing that is absolutely true. Even if you're the most well-adjusted person who is not any social anxiety at all, and isn't paranoid of people, you're still going to be a bit anxious about, hey, is the person who I am now over at their house hanging out with them, am I bothering them? Are they happy I'm here? Are they enjoying my company? How do I feel? Like, you're going to feel a little embarrassed and nervous and a bit worried about how much you are accepted or wanted, or what somebody's actually thinking. Now, how much, like, paranoid schizo thoughts you have about that will vary from person to person, but everyone's going to have a little bit of worry about how is the other person feeling? What's the other person thinking? What's it like from their perspective? What are their intentions? Do they have good intentions? Is this somebody you can trust? Are they sincere? Is the person lying to you? So, Nishijo, I have a request. A request? Don't tell me. But why is the... Was she going to ask me to give her a Seraton figure? Okay, maybe that exact one would be excessive. But even earlier I was suggesting, hey, we could offer, hey, you want to borrow one of my games or something. But yeah, there would be certain figurines that, no, I'm not going to let you borrow certain figurines, but we do have like 100 of them. There might be one figurine that we're wanting to say, hey, it's not like the person's going to keep it forever either. I mean, in the hypothetical, whether this is just a friendship or a relationship or a stalkership, there is supposed to be some mutual trust occurring. Did I just reinvent the situationship? Like recently, there's stuff about people talking about situationships, stalkerships. Does that count as a relationship? Dark jokes, go. I don't know if I'm being funny or if I'm just continuing to alienate everyone who comes here. They're like, oh my god, what the fuck am I listening to? And I'm like, I don't know. I'm trying to go with the flow of the game. Nobody could come between me and my wife. Okay, that's again, I mean, I can understand having, hey, here's my anime figurine. It's cool. I mean, let's be clear. I'm a bit of a lonely person. I have stuffed animals. I like them. I talk to stuffed animals. But, you know, they're not actually alive. And you can't have a relationship with an inanimate object. I mean, you probably could with AI, like AI girlfriends and stuff, because that would actually be sentient. Like, it's like, yes, we have created Skynet, and now we will give it boobies. But all joking aside, that's more so about talking to somebody. That's not an actual person. I do like the music, though. The music's nice. But this is a bit like, I feel like there needs to be a small tuft of grass. Like, we need to buy a small potted plant of grass to touch. Like, I know we're up on a skyscraper in the middle of an urban city, but I feel like we need to touch some grass. Just a little bit. I feel like this man's concept of reality is maybe a little skewed. And here's the thing, if I'm the one criticizing him, then you know it's fucked up. Because, well, Lunar is Lunar. I wasn't going to part with Saratan no matter what, who asked. No matter how much money they offered. If she wanted her that bad, she could go buy her own. What? As I stood there mentally cursing her for daring to try and take my Saratan, Yua suddenly fell back. How did you fall? You were standing still! And landed on her butt. How did you land on your butt anywhere? Everything is covered in trash! She was rubbing her behind, looking a little teary-eyed. I mean, ow, she landed on her butt. Did you hurt your tailbone? I've fallen on my tailbone before. That hurt. So sorry, I think I stepped on a CD. I might have broken the case. I'm really sorry. I'll clean it up. I mean, while I wasn't expecting company, I mean, it was on the ground in the walkway. Though it's a trailer, the whole thing's a walkway. But yeah, it's okay. Are you okay? Like, you literally fell down. I'm surprised you didn't fall somewhere. I mean, literally, I fell like the previous day. It's okay. I just wanted her to go home. What was that request she'd asked about a moment ago anyway? Yua started to pick up the trash and CDs around her feet, even though I just told her not to. She looked so apologetic that I started to feel like I was the bad guy here. Okay. At least let me clean up enough so I can stand up. Sorry. I'll tell you my request after that. She seemed like a mom as she moved around, cleaning things up. Someone who didn't care about what other people thought and just ran around doing whatever they wanted. Nosy and annoying. In a situation like this, was I supposed to be helping her? Is there room for us to do that? I mean, weren't we like kind of on the bed with like a twisted ankle or something? We don't need to get up and like fall down. I feel like that would make things more awkward. And then as we both reached for the same piece of garbage, our hands would touch, and we would gasp, and I accidentally skipped a thing. Wait, this wasn't a romantic comedy. No, it's a horror story. No way I was going to help. How do I gaze it? We would gasp and look into each other's eyes. In the middle of carefully piling a bunch of magazines, her hand suddenly froze. She was turned away from me, and I couldn't see what she was holding. No, don't worry about it. She seemed really shaken. This was suspicious. I realized that she was in a position to see everything in my room. She might want to steal something. She might even think that there were so many figurines I would notice if she took one. I think she found the cross! I think she found the murder weapon thing, and she... Like, maybe the people are like... Maybe it's like a magical girl anime thing. Where, like, there's girls who have, like, magical powers, but it's gonna be like they're battling each other and something that, you know, the author of Berserk something he would write. Though his drawings were really detailed and very good story, but I would say I don't think anyone under the age of 18 should read Berserk. It's a bit violent. Though, I guess he's got more company now. Akira Toriyama died. That's... fucking sucks. I mean, he made Dragon Ball Z, he made many other things. The man is going to be remembered forever. And there's literally millions of people of every country of the world who greatly appreciate his works and are thankful to Akira Toriyama. So, thank you, Akira Toriyama. We will always remember you. But I would. I knew all of my wives really well. If one disappeared, I'd notice immediately. Okay, we're accusing her of stealing. That'd be one thing if we double-checked it later. But again, we do have to have some degree of trust, given everything that happened. This is very rude of us to accuse her of this, and this is not appropriate. Also, she's probably reacted the way she did because she probably found the cross weapon from the other girl. Don't touch the figures.
はい。いえ、違うんです。
Okay, no, that's not it.
その、
There was
ブラジルの同人誌っていうんですか？それが落ちてまして、ちょっと中身を見てみたら。
There was a blood tune dojinshi? Is that what they call it? It was lying on the ground, and I looked inside. A blood tune dojinshi? Oh, that was a naughty one. It was really
びっくりしました。
incredible. I was surprised.
勝手に見ないでよ。
Don't look at my stuff.
すいません。
I'm sorry. She quickly got back to work, and then, when she secured enough room to sit, she turned toward me.
それで、さっき言った
It's the request I just
お願い
talked
で
about.
すけど。
I will say this, it does make her a bit more relatable, a bit more human, a bit more down to earth is the fact that, you know, having reactions of feeling embarrassed or shy or timid about certain things. Different emotional responses can endear someone to be, and granted, it shouldn't be, a certain emotional response shouldn't be someone's entire personality, it shouldn't be something you see all the time. But it does open up a little bit of a view of them as a person, and it helps you to what's the proper word for it? Understand each other a little better. Maybe mutually open up little by little in an emotional manner. That way you can either grow as a friendship or a relationship. Though honestly, I feel most relationships, you know, you should, you know, feel like you're friends with the person you're dating. You know, you should actually care about the person and actually enjoy their company. It should be like, yes, if you're going to date somebody, it should be because, oh, this person's hot. I find them attractive. You know, I want to fuck them. Yes, I mean, it'd be weird if you're in a relationship with somebody that you aren't attracted to. Because the whole point of a relationship is, you know, the difference between it and just a platonic relationship is the romance part. But there should be the platonic parts too. But it shouldn't be just platonic. It should just be, but you should be friends, and you should really enjoy each other's company, enjoy talking to each other. Granted, yes, in a romantic relationship there should be tons of sex and hand-holding and hugging and cuddling and taking showers together and lots of fucking. And even just essential, just, hey, sitting and watching anime together and just sort of being very close. You know, where you can be physically sensual but not sexual. Like, all of that's important, but they don't have to be all at the same time. But even in just a friendship, it's important to be able to get to know each other a bit more, or at least just spend time with each other, like we're treating it like a fucking Persona 5 level-up system. Here it was. I gulped as my body tensed up. But yeah, she probably reacted, like the doujinshi thing was probably a bit of a... It was probably a lie, but not a malevolent lie. Like, it's not a bad lie. It's not like, oh, it's a lie because I'm doing something bad. It's a lie that's saying, hey, I noticed the bloody cross thing, but one, I can't explain how I know about these other magical people that have superpowers with supernatural weapons. Two, I can't let on that I know that this is a major thing. Also, I know that if hey, what's this metal cross thing? Even if I didn't even know what it was, I at least know, because I know what it is, that it would have a strong emotional impact on you, and the main character is already a social awkward mess. So I'll say this. Yes, I do have anxiety about certain things, but I feel I'm actually very good at interacting with people. It's just a lot of times, like, I can read certain things, like, okay, These people do not want to interact with me, so I will leave them alone. Or I'll end this conversation. Because that is the, well, just common sense thing to do.
さっき言ったフィギュアの予約一緒に行ってもらえませんか？
Would you go reserve that figure with me?
私そういうアニメショップみたいなところって今まで行ったことなくて。
I've never been to an anime shop or anything like that. I don't know if you would reserve it in a physical shop. I mean, I know I've been to a mall where there was an anime shop. I didn't buy any figurines, so I looked around at some of them and they were like, whoa, they're really cool. Then again, a lot of them are like hundreds of dollars. Even the smaller ones are like $100 or so. I'm like, from what I saw, like even the ones on that desk, on the shelf over there, each of those is probably at least minimum $50, if not upwards of 200. Yeah, I mean, you have to be rich to be able to afford that much shit. But that being said, I mean, do you reserve them like that?
私なんだかすごくぶしつけなお願いしてますよね。すいません。
Wait, I know that's really foreign to me. Not really, you're basically asking, hey, I want to see you again. I want to get that anime figurine, you're wanting to get it too. Why don't we go together to reserve it? And I'm also, hey, we can make a day of it. We can grab a bite to eat, go for a walk, and just talk about stuff. Get to know each other a bit better, and decide how we feel about things.
西条くんが怪我をしたのに。
It's my hurt. It's my. Wow, I can't fucking talk. It's my fault you got hurt after all. This was dangerous. I needed to be really careful about how I responded. Why? Wouldn't the normal response be here? Oh, yeah, sure. I think we can probably reserve the next 2 weeks. I think that's when they'd first let us reserve it. So, how about this? It'd be next Saturday that they let us do that. And it's next to this one park. So how about this? How about this Saturday you and I meet up at that park, go for a walk, we can stop by Starbucks, get a coffee. Then, I don't know, maybe there'll be like an arcade or something we can go to, play some games. And then the next Saturday we meet up there again and go up to the anime store. We can also look around everything else and just, maybe we'll find a new anime to start watching. Or maybe there'll be a new game coming out. I don't know what consoles currently exist in this era. Is it PS3? Sure, she and I... Fuck. Sure, she and I had the same hobbies. She said she liked Sarah, too. And she listened to the things I said I liked. She actually liked. Cared. Like she actually cared. For an otaku like me, she was an easy person to talk to. But this was a trap. It had to be. This kind of stuff only happened in age games. Not in the real world. Like, here's the thing. You have to manage expectations when it comes to this. Like, here's the thing. One, yes, you have to be aware that a lot of things that occur in anime, it's not the real world, and you shouldn't expect the real world to mirror anime and shit. But, yes, you do need to be on guard about people in real life who potentially want to manipulate or hurt you. That is also true. But, in a situation like this, where there is somebody who is in this situation where they're legitimately seeming to be a good person, you know, they seemingly care, they seemingly are interested in you, and they seem like, what do you mean by good person? I don't think she's going to stab me right now, and she, yeah. Is that a low bar? Does that count as having a low bar of standards? It's like, oh, what does it take to not be what does it take to be a good person? I don't think you're gonna stab me. aside from that, main point being, and realistic in this situation, yes, you should be cautious, but in this situation we should trust people and at least attempt social interaction. The normal thing to do in this reaction would be, yeah, sure. And like I said, we'll make a day of it. Hang out a bit, and heck, if I had gotten that cell phone earlier, I could give you my number. And you could, heck, maybe after this I'll talk to my sister, and I'll be like, you know what? I've had some thoughts, especially about the whole thing you were talking about, and I felt bad about saying what I said about, because, you know, I do. I don't know if Noah feels that way. Takayaka, Tatsuyoki, whatever the... Michigan. What is this guy's name? Mishima? Heihachi? Main point being, I'm just saying this. That cell phone would come in handy right now. Because we actually do have somebody that it would be nice to send text to and receive text from. I couldn't let the 3D world fool me. Think. What was you after? I'm sorry. Forget it. By the way, is this a kinetic novel? And you were like, what? Everyone's like, what do you mean by a kinetic novel? A kinetic novel is a visual novel that is fully linear, meaning you have no choices. Which, I mean, if that's the case, I mean, it's still going to be an interesting game. It's just, so far in this game, I don't think I've had a single decision that I've had to make. I'm more so just watching a movie. And don't get me wrong, I'm enjoying the story. But, and I guess if there's no options, then there aren't multiple endings. But doesn't this have multiple endings? I don't know. I'm just saying, do I ever make choices in this game? Do I ever have, like, multiple options and choices? But I'll say this, at least, here's the thing. If I don't have any choices in the game, then I know I did nothing wrong, because I didn't have a choice. But hey, if we ever do get choices, I'll know to make saves before those choices. So I can always come back to it. The way you told me all that stuff made me really happy. She bowed to me. Most 3D girls were really bossy and arrogant. She was a rare exception. Well, I mean, I don't think that's a girl thing then. I think it's an issue of... I don't think anyone likes somebody who's bossy or arrogant. That's the issue. Is that the bossy and arrogant thing. I don't think anybody likes anybody if they're bossy or arrogant. So, somebody showing a degree of humility and somebody showing a degree of just not being a controlling person who wants to be domineering, that's nice. That the person doesn't want to just be in control of everything. Because some people are just outright control freaks, and they don't want to let other people have any sort of autonomy. No 3D girl could possibly be this cute and kind. It was all an act. I was going to say no. I was going to come out and say it clearly like a man. She looked up at me, and I could see that her eyes were damp. Was she crying? Because I didn't say anything? Had I made her cry? Please, anything but that. I'd only ever experienced anything like this in video games. My heart was pounding really fast. I even felt guilty. I always heard people say that girls use tears as weapon, but only now did I realize that it was true. To be honest, I didn't know what to do. Well, I mean, that's if they're not real tears. But, again, I would feel most people... Like, people can use anything to try to... But again, it's more so just trying to understand human interactions on that. But I'd say until somebody gives you a reason to doubt their sincerity, you should believe them to be sincere. So until you catch somebody actively lying to you, you should believe them. and you should believe their emotional responses are sincere. Now, if you later catch them lying to you or literally going out of their way to deceive people, well, then you know that they are that kind of person. But usually you need to wait until you have some sort of real-world, realistic proof of that, where, like, because that's the thing, you should judge somebody by their character, not by a bunch of stereotypes or stuff you've seen in a video game. In general, yes, a lot of people, regardless of gender, can wind up manipulating other people or pretend to be all crying and stuff, but you should believe them. But, I mean, there's always that possibility of reserving judgment on it, but again, I mean, unless the person's actively betrayed you, or lied to you, or has actually tried to hurt you. I mean, she hasn't tried to stab us. So, there's that. So I'd say we should believe her, and that her emotions are sincere. Now, if later in the game she pulls out a pair of scissors and tries to, like, stab us in the ribs or kill us in our sleep, well, from that point on, you know, if she cries, we don't believe her anymore. And we then assume everything's a lie and a manipulation tactic. Especially if you overhear her talking to other people, specifically saying verbatim that she is lying to you and using the crying as a manipulation tactic, and that she thinks it's hilarious that you believe her, and then she laughs, literally saying how much she hates you and how much of a dumbass you are for believing or caring about her feelings. In that situation, yes, you should definitely not believe or like the person at all anymore. But Yua has not done any such things, so I think for the moment it is perfectly fine to believe her to be a sincere person who means no harm. It is still concerning that she was stalking me in the morning, even foregoing the whole serial killer murder stuff that's going on, and the fact that I literally walked face to face with the murderer person who already knows who I am and where I live. At this point, shouldn't my friend from school be a target? Shouldn't my sister be a target? Shouldn't Yua be a target? Am I gonna just, like, go to sleep, wake up, and Yua, my sister, and the guy, I don't know, I think Karu Nagisa, are just gonna be all, like, stapled to the side of my house? Why are you imagining a can of Pepsi stapled to a container? I'm thirsty! Okay, we were thinking about morbid shit about people being brutally murdered, and now you're imagining, oh no, the can of Pepsi! Someone nailed a can of Pepsi to the... Fuck. Okay, back to the story. I just stood there, half standing. I tried to say I'd go with her, but I couldn't. What if I said yes? Then the next thing she said was, don't take me seriously, idiot, you're creepy. I mean, obviously, there are some situations where people do say that, think that of people, but given everything that's already happened, it would be very out of character for somebody to say that to us after everything that has occurred. That'd be very out of character, and I feel like it'd be... Like, it's one thing for somebody to lie to you, but at this point, to keep it up at this point, that's not very logical at that point. So, it screams that the whole everything occurring is sincere, and that the person is being honest, and that they mean us no harm, and that they are unlikely to suddenly, rescind their respect for us out of a sudden and say it was all a jest. So it would, though I would say it's normal for people to have a bit of concern about rejection and shit, but in this situation I don't think. And it's not like we asked them out on a date. They're literally asking us to go on a thing that's not even quite a date. But again, I think this is a perfectly normal scenario aside from the concerns that, you following us in the morning. But even then, we could have cleared that up by just asking you about it. Like, hey, while you're walking me to my house, the main reason I was running from you and I was really concerned is I saw you this morning when I was walking to school. And also I did see somebody get killed. So, I was so scared of the idea that I was struck silent.
無理してくれなくていいです。私のわがままに石城君を付き合わせるのは良くないですし。
You don't have to. It's not right to drag you along with me. Sob. Her eyes were even wetter now. It felt like tears could start pouring from her eyes in a second. Though if I had to guess, her crying in this situation is she feels rejected. Because after all, like I said, everyone, if they are interested in somebody, will have concerns about rejection. Whether there are romantic intentions, or even if there are no romantic intentions at all, and she literally just wants to go as a friend, it's still a kind of rejection. I mean, heck, even if it's a friend you've been hanging out with for years, and you're like, you want to go do something, and they don't want to go, you're like, oh, I'm disappointed. So basically, I guess what I'm trying to say to the audience is, in this situation, for us to have some empathy for Yua, in the regard that she is sad because she feels like her friendship is being rejected, because our main character is insane. I'll go. Huh?
言ってもらえるんですか?
You'll go? I nodded helplessly. It was the only way I could think of to get her to stop crying. The whole thing felt like a setup, but she let out a sigh of relief and then took off her glasses to wipe away her tears. Again, it would have been a good idea for us to have that cell phone after all, huh? Also, is that like a pot leaf on her jacket? What is that plant?
断られて当然だと思ってたのに。石城くん、ありがとうございます。
I was sure you were going to say no. Thank you, Nishijo. She said thanks. I'd managed to keep her from crying, at least. I got lucky, I guess. Phew. Why did this have to be so stressful? You couldn't let your guard down around 3D girls for a minute, damn it.
行くとしたらいつがいいでしょう?
If we're going to go, when would be a good time? What happened to that sad expression of hers? Now she looked really happy. Maybe she was making it up the whole time? If so, she had a future as an actress. Like I said, I can't tell because it's a drawing, but I'll say this. In general, I would say usually if somebody's doing fake crying, they're making a lot more audible noises that are like overly loud and dramatic. And their eyes, even though they're scrunched, aren't really tearing. Whereas real crying, a person tends to make less noise because they're struggling a bit more to breathe. And their eyes are very watery and there are active tear streams coming down their face. Because, I've seen people do real crying and fake crying. And, well, of course, I know about my own crying, and I can just, like I said, describe my crying, where you're not hardly making any noise, and there's a bunch of tears going down your face, where there's just stream after stream, where your face is just soaked. Though the gross thing about that is when that happens, you start having mucus leak out of your nose too, and that would probably be really, really gross to look at. It's funny. I don't cry in front of people, but when I'm by myself and no one can actually see me, it's much easier to express emotions, especially emotions I tend to have bottled up. And I know a lot of times people out there will say, oh, you shouldn't talk about your feelings, that makes you weak, and you're just being a sissy, and you need to... And I agree, you do need to take action. Like, if there's something wrong in your life, you need to take action, rather than just crying about it. You should actually do something about it. But I do feel it's important, one, to vent. It does help with endorphins and adrenaline. Also, talking about stuff helps you to understand yourself better, and to... And I mean, it's not like it's therapy, a sort of thing where you're talking to other people or therapists, but at least if you're talking to yourself, you can say it out loud, work through certain things, and you can process how you feel about things. You can understand your own feelings and motivations better. You can also sort of ruminate and rehash through old memories or conversations you had in the past in order to better understand things in hindsight that you may not have understood while it was taking place. The idea then is that, one, if you don't cry or talk about your feelings, your negative emotions could build up, which could lead to a person potentially being violent to themselves or violent to others. So, and I feel it's very important for people to express themselves. And as long as you're not hurting yourself or hurting others, then I think it's good. And the idea is that you should still take actions to try to improve things. They'll also have realistic goals. Like, one thing I have is, I feel I'm fat. I feel I'd want to get a six-pack. I'm going to have a six-pack one day. But also, I'm old. I'm 36. I understand my metabolism probably doesn't work the greatest as it did back, when I was a teenager. Also, I've never been athletic and I've never had a six-pack once in my life. And I understand a lot of my motivation on that is a bit of an inferiority complex and a lack of feeling that anybody would actually care about me, and a general feeling that, both in regard to that and just everything else about me, that I look gross and disgusting to people, and everyone finds me unpleasant to look at. Which tends to make me feel a little sad, not really that I honestly, I don't have a problem with the way I look. It's that the feeling of not being cared about. I'm just saying the loneliness and isolation can be a bit irritating at times. But at the same time, I am a bit of a solitude type person. I mean, even if I had tons of people to hang out with, I would still want a little bit of time to myself. I would still want to go to bike trails and walk for a bit and talk to myself and just sort of organize my thoughts. Because I do like just walking and looking at nature. And, I do tend to talk to myself and try to organize my feelings and thoughts on things so I can try to decide how I should do things. Now, obviously, yes, I'm working out, I'm trying to... And at one point I was trying to do some fasting things, but my body really wasn't coping with that, especially with me trying to work out too much. And it sort of just devolved into me working out moderately while eating relatively normal amounts of food and sort of cutting down here and there, which I feel bad about because I feel like I'm not making progress, but I'm also not being too excessive with it either. I feel like I should go back to the excessive fasting thing again. But even then, even with me getting a decent amount of calories in me, I'm still extremely exhausted. Then again, when I was working, I was used to double fisting fucking energy drinks while drinking soda and using the energy drinks to wash down caffeine pills and Advil and Tylenol just so I could keep up with my fucking factory job. I was working so much fucking overtime and they were just upping quotas all the time. So many other fucking issues with that place. I'm glad I quit that, but of course I'm going to have to get another job here soon. I can't live off of my savings forever. But at least I managed to have enough saved up to be able to be okay for a while. So I can just have some time to myself. And at least I recovered. I mean, my knees were constantly in pain. I mean, I'd be laying in my bed and my knees would be throbbing. And occasionally, yeah, my back does hurt a little bit, but nothing compared to what it used to be. It used to be absolutely horrible. To the point that I was even seeing a chiropractor here and there back then. And not anymore. But watching spending. But it's just, I was in so much pain. My knees, my shoulders, my back were in so much pain. And of course, most of the time I was at work, even though I was chugging energy drinks all the time, I was constantly struggling not to pass out. And I was so stressed. At least now everything's better. I'm still tired. Granted, it's a jug of water right now. But I know some days I've had like those big, like, liter or something things of black tea. And it's nice. It just, I mean, even though it's caffeine in it, it's still not as much caffeine as I was used to. And granted, I'm sleeping better now. It's just, even though I'm sleeping better, I'm just still so tired. I just feel exhausted. But I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm not as exhausted as I was when I was working. I felt so much more exhausted, so worse. And I was in so much pain. My head and chest were hurting all the time. Granted, these past few days I've been going out of breath a little bit more. Don't get me wrong, I use a bit of an inhaler every day, but I feel embarrassed having to stop in the middle of a video to use one. I don't like having to do it while I'm making a video. It feels embarrassing. You know, I mean, I may not be athletic, but I shouldn't be. Oh yeah, the guy who runs out of breath just sitting there talking. Feels... I don't know, it makes me feel like I'm defective. Like, oh yeah, you have these normal people would be able to run back and forth and play football and tackle each other and be athletic. And you're apparently a barely functioning person because you just sit there and talk and you're out of breath and feel lightheaded. At least most of the chest pains are gone. I'll occasionally still feel a tiny bit of chest pain on occasion, but it's very light and usually maybe once or twice a day. Whereas when I was working, it was constant. It was just like constant 24/7 chest pain where I was just, I don't know, like the middle of my chest, like it's, particularly, you know, slightly to the left where my fucking heart is, was in a lot of pain all the time. It was like really bad pain all the time. Then again, I had a lot more migraines then too. I don't think I've really had too many major migraines anymore. Some minor headaches, but I think it's okay. And of course, there's a few times that the busted teeth in the back of my mouth from that one job I used, because I had a job in the past where I was having to basically breathe and ingest powdered metal, powdered paint. It was my job. And, well, human organs don't like that stuff. So while I'd be working, I'd be vomiting into my mouth repeatedly. But of course, I wasn't allowed to stop working. Now, this is a different job, years before the other job I was doing. But, you know, I had to keep working. So I can't just stop working for something as trivial as, you know, my internal organs wanting me to puke everything up. So what you have to do is you have to keep working, and you swallow your vomit that's in your mouth, and then maybe a few times an hour you'll vomit again, and then you'll just re-swallow your vomit again. The problem is there's a lot of acid in your vomit, so that kind of ate a few holes in a few of my teeth. Particularly in my back teeth. For the most part, I would say my front teeth basically look normal. I do feel it has a little bit more of a yellow tint to it than I would like from all the acid, but I think the toothpaste seems to fix that. I don't know. Or maybe that's from all the soda I drink, who knows? I mean, there's a lot of acid in soda too, who knows? That also tends to wear down the enamel of your teeth as well. So yeah, I ate acidic things too, and I drink acidic things. Because there's a lot of sugar and a lot of acid in soda. I do enjoy Pepsi though. I haven't had one in so long. I haven't had an energy drink in forever. I feel like I need an energy drink. I'll probably eat some normal stuff for the next few days. And then I'll probably try to go back to that fasting thing. And hopefully try to lose a bit of weight. So I'm not the fucking fat ass that I am. And then get a job doing something. I don't know, maybe I could find a job where I do something that helps people. That'd be nice. But I doubt it. I don't know what we were talking about. Something about people being an actress or something. I don't know. I do enjoy movies. Everyone's getting on about the whole politics thing about, Biden and Trump. I know he's not able to get elected because he's not an American citizen. Because I'm pretty sure he's Canadian born. But why not Keanu Reeves? I know it seems a bit cliche to say, hey, how about a famous movie star or, a person who's just known for their role in TV shows. But I feel like Keanu Reeves would be a better president than anybody we've had in such a long time. So yeah, if we could, I'd say Keanu Reeves for president.
セイラちゃんの新しいフィギュアはもうすぐ発売なんですよね。
Sarah's new figure is coming out soon, right? Yeah, it'll probably sell out really fast.
だったら早めに行った方が良さそうですね。
Then we should go soon.
明日とか。
Tomorrow, maybe? According to my schedule, tomorrow was a school day. This week, I had to go 3 times. Of course, that meant next week, I only went twice. Okay, I am so confused about why this fucking matters! First, your schedule is based off the minimum amount of time required to go. First, we don't currently have a job. There's no reason why we can't go 5 days a week if we have to. 2, it's not like she's intending us to skip school and go during class hours. We would go to class, and then, so the idea is if tomorrow we go to school, we go to school like normal. Heck, she can walk with us because she already knows the path we take to go to school because she walked it yesterday. And then after school, because we go to the same school, we leave from the school and go to the anime store. There's no reason why we can't do this. It works out perfectly fine. And even for whatever reason, if we weren't able to go to school because of going to the anime thing on our date with someone who is either a girlfriend or a friend or someone who's going to kill us or a stalker or a figment of our imagination. Okay, fine, if we have to, we'll go to school and I only went twice. It means next week. I only went twice. Would only go twice. I think you would use the word go instead of went. And you'd use the went instead of go there. I don't know. Main point I'm just saying is if we had to, heck, if we had to go a couple extra days next week, we have that option. Isn't that the whole point we have our schedule the way it is? That way we can, okay, we might not want to go to school all the time, but if we can, it's a flexible thing, we can work around things. Tomorrow is going to be an even worse day than I thought. But you had looked really excited. And if I told her I had changed my mind now, she might cry again. Well, yeah, if you make a promise to somebody, you should do it. If you make an obligation to somebody, it kind of makes you an asshole for breaking it. If you make plans with someone and you just sort of ghost them or stand them up, that's very rude and very disrespectful of somebody else's feelings. Heck, I mean, it would basically be assuming that we're basically have formed a friendship with Yua here. It means we take her friendship and her as a person for granted. And it's not good to take people for granted. It's good to appreciate people. She had me in her clutches. That's perhaps an unhealthy way to say that.
わかったよ。
I reluctantly agreed. Yua looked happy. But she couldn't fool me,
西
okay?
条くんは何組？明日
What class are you
放課後に迎えに行きますよ。
I'll go there after school ends. I mean, it's not like she's trying to trick us. And don't get me wrong, I do have a degree of paranoia myself. But I feel Takuzi. I feel like Vegeta's taking it a bit far. I feel like Vegeta's being too paranoid. But anyway, like we have a choice in this novel. We have not been given any multiple options. But in this way, I would say we'd go. Besides, she's already seen our fucking pigsty of a room and her 100 anime figurines and everything, and she's still wants to spend time with us. Cool. I mean, yes, we're a bit unsure about her intentions, both positive or negative, but I would say for the moment we should trust her to be sincere. Besides, I would say most situations when it comes to things would be you get to know somebody. That's the point of spending more time with them, whether you're with them as a friend or... Because if you're spending time with just a friend, you can decide, okay, do you still want to be friends with them or not, depending on how they behave on certain things. Like, if you're with somebody as a friend and you go with them to the zoo and they start, trying to taunt the animals at the zoo and make fun of them, maybe you don't want to be friends with that person anymore because they seem like they're taking a sadistic pleasure in being mean to the animals at the zoo. And you're like, that's fucked up. Like, if you go over someone's house and you're like, they like smack one of their cats or something. Like, you go over there and like their cat starts like messing with something, they like fucking backhand the cat. You're like, okay, I don't want to be your friend anymore because that's... No, not okay with that. I mean, I think that's a reasonable response. Because at that point, no, you don't trust anything they have to fucking say, and you don't go around them anymore. Everyone's like, you've known weird people. Like, yeah, I know. Hell, there was one guy I met. I think I was... What age was I then? I think I was 8. His name was Isaac. Well, the word Isaac also brings up a funny joke. But that's a different thing. Just saying. Weird guy. Okay, I was a bit of a lonely person. I spent most of the time going out to parks and stuff, by myself, playing with troll dolls, talking to myself. And sometimes I would make some friends. Heck, sometimes I'd be at the park and people would come up to me and... Well... Usually fights would occur because people would try to hurt me. Other than that, sometimes I would make friends with people who turned out to be people who were not very nice to animals. Or it's like, hi Isaac. Oh, what's this? You melt plastic figures on light bulbs and you break giant rocks on your back porch, and you have a puddle there where you just pick up ants and drown them. I'm leaving. Because everything here is scary. Everyone's like, what about the joke about the Isaac thing? Well, some things when I was real young is sometimes I would hide in my own toy chest from my parents because reasons. My parents are fine. And it's not like my toy chest locks or anything. Just sometimes there would be quite a bit of yelling, and I did not feel happy with that. So I would just sort of hop inside my toy chest and maybe sit inside my toy chest for an hour or so until things calmed down. And then I would stop hiding inside my toy chest. It was a sort of circular type toy chest. It was in the shape of an elephant with like blue and pink spots on it. But I think that's probably normal. I think that's just the way things were back then. Though I would certainly never want any kids nowadays to feel that way about certain things. Heck, the only time I ever smacked my son's butt, he was wanting to go toward a pencil sharpener, an electric one, and he was going to have tubes put in his ears in a few months, or about 5 weeks. So that's not quite a couple months. But anyway, he was distance away and just yelling wouldn't be enough to stop, so I leapt forward, smacked his tushy a little bit, and it stopped him from doing something where he probably would have. Though I'm still kind of pissed that we were over visiting family and they had something they knew we were coming over with a 2-year-old, and they had that sitting on arm's reach of a 2-year-old and had it plugged in. The fucking hell. Though I lost my balance after I did that because I ran with such force when I ran, and I got like one little smack on his tushy, and then I basically fell over into the counters. It's like a bruised part of my arm. I was like, ow. But yeah, it was for the sake of I protected him. That way he doesn't go to chop off part of his fucking finger. Still, I was pissed that thing was even there. I don't know what people were thinking. A 2-year-old's coming over. Why would you have that there? But, I'd say a normal thing in my life is, say, when I was younger, there was times where I'd get spankings. So, have my pants pulled down and get 20 or 30 smacks to the butt. Or sometimes a stick, or a belt, or a smack, or have a dish thrown at you, or stuff like that. A couple times I had a plate broken against me, but hey, things were different back then. But I know I'd catch flack for it, that, I'd get criticism for it, that I would be the kind of person that wouldn't spank my son. But I never actually spanked my son. I never would have wanted to. Granted, I'm not even really in a position to discipline him anymore either. But I don't know. It's just at times I feel a bit resentful about being disciplined when I was younger, or spankings and stuff like that. And even feel that sometimes reasoning on why I was punished was a bit unfair or for trivial reasons, or sometimes I feel like I did nothing at all. And feel like the punishment was a bit excessive as well. So, I feel a little bit of resentment, as well as things said in adulthood that I felt were very rude. Heck, there are times where my parents have just got rude over a tiny bit of a thing said that they felt was disrespectful and balled up their fist as if they were going to punch me. And I resent that. But that's just how people in their 60s are. And their 70s in the case. But, oh well, it's been a few years on that. Heck. Last time my mom did that was about a few years before she had 3 strokes and an aneurysm. So, it's been over a decade since that. But I still feel resentful of that. I'm glad she's alive. I love my mom. I actually love my mom more than anyone else on the planet. I love my mom and my son the most of everyone on the planet. I just feel a bit resentful about how everyone in the world has treated me. But I'll say this. I love my mom. And I only hope the best for her. I still sometimes go over and I'll sit and play some Battleship with her. And talk to her. Like I said, when I had that bladder surgery back in October, which was, again, let's see, it's March, so it's March 11th. So, yeah, November, December, January, February, March. So, almost a full 5 months, because that was like October, 15, 16, 17, 18, something around there, when I had the surgery. And at least it wasn't a major surgery. Originally, when they mentioned to me, they were wanting to do a much more severe surgery. Like initially, when they were telling me about the surgery, which was about a year and a half or so before I had the surgery, and I was like, fuck that, I'm not doing it. Because initially, because I wound up getting a lesser version of the surgery, which is good. Because I think if I had the major surgery, I would have died. I think it would have killed me. But originally what they were wanting, because I had a stricture on part of my bladder. Apparently it's a genetics thing. So they said it's either an issue of genetics or something to do with me when I was very young. Like toddler age or some shit. Main point being genetics. Anyway. That had to be taken care of, or else the structure would eventually get worse, and then my bladder would just sort of seal itself off and explode and kill me. At that point, you wouldn't be able to urethra, because then the way of doing that would be blocked off. And I had a kidney stone before too, and that kind of sucked. But anyway, originally what they were considering doing was basically they were describing it as the area between my ball sack and my butthole. You'd cut that open and go up to where my bladder urethra is, do reconstructive surgery for a few hours, put everything back together, sew me up, and then after that I would have to have a thick-ass catheter, which I will describe in detail in a moment, but that thick catheter would have to be up inside me for 2+ weeks, straight, without coming out, which, given my experience with the minor surgery, that was only 2 days of it, I would have probably killed myself, because that was so fucking miserable. I was in pain, and I hated every fucking moment. It was so fucking shitty. Now that being said, initially I told them, fuck, no, I'm not doing it, I don't care if there's a chance it'll kill me. I'm not doing that. Because it was too much. Then, about a year later, they basically did some more tests, and they decided, hey, there's a lesser version of this we can do. It has, they said, originally 50% success rate, then they said 70 to 80. So it's like, okay, fine. It's like 80% chance that it's fine, I never have to worry about it again. And maybe a 20% chance that it becomes a concern 20 years or something in the future. Okay, fine. The minor version of it consisted of, because like I said, the major one would have had me sedated for like 4 to 5 hours. Whereas the minor one, I'd say I was sedated for maybe an hour and a half or something. Maybe. But basically it was, they dilated the inside of my urethra at the part where it connects to the bladder and the part of the bladder that's constricting. And then after they managed to do a non-invasive, where, you know, they're not cutting me to do it. And then what happened is, you know, once that's done, they have to have a tube up there, which was an extra thick catheter. And it basically was like 14 inches up my dick. So, went up the whole length of my dick, and then was up into my bladder, and the other end of it was a Foley catheter thing. So, it was a balloon filled with some sort of fluid, which is some sort of medicine that's supposed to help prevent infections or something. Also, apparently, you're not supposed to have sex for the first 4 months after using it because, you know, the medication in question could cause birth defects if you were to have children, because it has a negative effect on, you know, basically, hey, this stuff may cause, it's like, hey, here's stuff that counts as a medicine, but it's also very unhealthy for you. Anyway, then, but yeah, it's like 14 inches up my dick, size of a fucking number 2 pencil, pretty much, which was extremely uncomfortable, and I hated every fucking second. I was miserable. Had to keep that in me for 48 fucking hours. There were 2 nozzles that were like sort of taped to my thigh. One nozzle went to one tube that connects to a bag that was collecting my urine, and then I had to like drain the bag from time to time. I couldn't, you know, remove the tube of horrific sadness and misery. The other nozzle was for when I needed to drain the balloon. So, when the time came, there was like this, it wasn't a needle type plunger, but it was like a plunger that had like a wide tip, and it goes into that little thing, the other nozzle thing, and you'd sort of withdraw the plunger, and you'd pull out, I think it was like 10 milliliters of liquid that was inflating this balloon. And then I pulled it out of my dick, and initially I was standing in the shower because I was going to do it there. And as I started to attempt it, I literally went so lightheaded that I lost, everything went black and white with like red borders of color. Like basically everything was black and white and dark with red imaging on the colors of my peripheral vision. And I basically had to prop myself against one of the walls so I wouldn't fall over. And I'm like, okay, I'm literally going to pass out, and also, you know, the compromised condition that I am in, if I fall in this circumstance, I will potentially harm myself further. So I need to be cautious. I need to just calm down, catch my breath for a while, since obviously I'm not getting enough blood flow to my brain to remain conscious, and I need to prioritize not going unconscious. Once I felt more stable, I went, why am I getting lightheaded talking about this? But anyway, I then got out of the shower, because I wasn't running water in the shower. It's just, I initially thought it would be the best place to do it. And then I was like, okay, I can't do that. I'm going to. And I sat on the toilet, and it felt like eternity pulling that thing out of me. At times I felt like it was never ending. I felt like I had pulled feet. I felt like it was just going and going and going, like it was a fucking circus trick. Like it was one of those performers pulling out like handkerchiefs that was supposed to be small, and it's just like yards and yards and yards, meters and meters and meters. and it just never ending. And granted, yes, it was only 14 inches, but I had been in so much pain at that point where I just wanted the fucking thing out of me. Then again, I'm also the kind of person that I don't like needles, I don't like IVs, and every time, granted, as I've gotten older, they have to poke me with more and more fucking needles, and I have to go more and more often and have blood taken out of me. But every time I have fucking IV in me, I'm just looking at my arm. And you guys know, like, the way it looks when you take a dull knife, a dull box knife, and run it along wet, soggy cardboard, the way it jaggedly tears apart? That's how I imagine my arm would be. Every time I have an IV in, I'm looking at my arm, and I'm expecting my arm will just start splitting apart like that. But yeah, I was just sitting on the toilet pulling that shit out of me, and it was definitely a good thing I was sitting for that, because I still felt like I was going to pass out. But I managed to do it, and on the one hand, I was relieved things were out of me. On the other hand, I was still very uncomfortable. I will also say, the first few days of peeing after that were very uncomfortable. It's like, honestly, I was yelling because it hurt. It felt really bad. It hurt a lot. Even with a little bit of painkiller in my system, I was still... Peeing was excruciating, and it was very painful. But I'll also say this. My dad and my mom, my mom and dad went with me to that thing. My dad drove a van to take me up to the appointment, and my mom was there in the front passenger seat. Now, Dad went home during the time I was at the surgery, and Mom was there for me. And we got there, I think it was like 4 o'clock or something, 4 or 5, I think 4, maybe 5. Checked in. I think it was about maybe 6:45, 7 o'clock, 7:15, the latest. Maybe 7:07, in which they, which I already had the IV in me, and they were basically already had some kind of medication with me, and they took me to, the operating place. Well, I was in there. There was like 10 fucking people. Apparently there was a couple students there to also learn about medical procedures and shit. Then they drastically increased medications, as well as a mask on, pumping some sort of gas into me, and, well, felt awkward for about, I think I was awake for about a minute. Felt like I was seeing weird expressions on the people around me. At a few points I was concerned that they were reacting to maybe an odd reaction to maybe my heart rate or something. I don't know. They never said anything to me about that ever. But it was a worry that crossed my mind, just because I was hearing beeping stuff, and everybody seemed like they looked a bit weird, but... Anyway, that was about, 7:07, 7:15. Anyway, I remember waking up, I think, maybe about 10:30 or 11 o'clock, even though technically that minor procedure, it only takes an hour 20 minutes. So by that, I should have been done by 8:40. Which means either it took a little bit longer than intended, or it took a little bit for me to wake up. Because I don't think I woke up really until 11 o'clock, maybe 11:30. And even then, it took me a while to, I think, collect myself. It was awkward getting dressed and trying to put clothes on. It felt very awkward and a bit painful to move. I think I was able to leave from there at 1 o'clock. And, Dad had already come by, picked me and Mom up, drove us back, and then my mom stayed 3 nights to watch over me. And she was a big help. She really helped out. We even sat and watched some movies, and I put in some Jackie Chan movies, and some Conan the Barbarian movies and stuff like that in my PS4. And granted, I have a PS5 now, but at that time I only had a PS4. But I think it was about a month and a half or so after all that I decided to buy a PS5. But yeah, we watched some movies, and granted, we were sitting in a couple metal folding chairs by each other in front of my bed in my upstairs bedroom, watching my TV. And it was kind of awkward because I kept having to make some trips to the bathroom to drain my bladder bag and stuff like that. Like I said, eventually I was laying down. I'd have a bucket next to the bed to drain stuff. And like I said, day 2 of that. Like I said, the night of day 1, I had Mom drive me to the emergency room just because I was in a lot of pain. And no, I asked them to give me morphine. They wouldn't give it to me. Dicks. It's like I was in pain. It's not like I'm just a fucking drug addict or some shit trying to get high. I mean, I literally have a tube in me. There is blood going into my catheter. There is blood coming out of my dick around the catheter. Can you please give me some fucking morphine? I am so fucking uncomfortable. They're like, well, that's normal for how this is. You should just deal with it. Stop being a baby. And I'm like, fuck you. It's like, I can barely move. Fucking assholes. Anyway, then we come back home. And like I said, I appreciate my mom being here. There were a couple times I had to call her on the phone because I had my cell phone, and I'd call her and she'd come from downstairs because she was sleeping on the large inflatable bed I put down there because I don't have a couch. And yeah, she'd come up and help with certain things if I need, like if the medicine was too far away, or if I just needed her to help with certain things, or just basically if the bucket needed adrenaline. But it's just on the second day, toward the middle of the second day onward, I think there was a stretch of 21 hours straight where I just sort of laid in a half fetal position, half turned. I wasn't fully on one of my sides. I was laying at a 45-degree angle with my knees propped up in the air, and it's not like I was even using a pillow. I was just and I couldn't bring myself to hardly move. It hurt to exist, and it was just like I didn't want to do anything. I didn't want to move, because every tiny movement just was too painful. I literally would just lay there, and granted, sometime here and there, my mom came up, talked to me a bit, checked on me, made sure I was still alive, and I, asked her to give me some more medication or another bottle of water. At one point, she bought me a Whopper from Burger King. I'm awkwardly trying to eat that. Or was that the first day that she got the Whopper? Can't remember. She also would go back and forth to Walmart and the pharmacy to get, to pick up the prescriptions, or if, I needed something or I needed to talk to the doctor. So she was a big help on that. So I really do appreciate that my mom was there for me on that. Because I really did need her over here. So I really appreciated that. I don't know. But all things said, I do love my mom. And my mom is a good person. It's just, there are some things that have been said and done that I do hold against her on that, but I'll say this. mom has been nicer to me and cared more about me than any other person on this planet. And she's been there for me. I would say, out of all the people in the world, at least IRL anyway, that she understands me the most. And I'd say out of everyone in the world, that she loves me and respects me more than anyone else does. Granted, there are some times where, even with her, I'll feel paranoid about certain things, or question if she really does even care about me. But to a degree, I feel that's more of a mental health issue on my part, rather than an issue with her, though I do acknowledge she does have her flaws. But I wouldn't trade my mom for any other mom in the world. In spite of her flaws, I love her. And I care about her very much. If I ever am openly bisexual, I hope she doesn't hate me. And I hope she still loves me. And I hope she's, still proud of me and still happy I exist. So I hope she still loves me and isn't ashamed of me or disgusted with me. Or then again, at times I wonder if she feels I'm a failure. But like I said, at a large degree, that's a bit of low self-esteem on my part and just paranoia. So again, that's more of a mental health issue on my part rather than a criticism of her. For the most part, my mom is a good person and I love her, and I feel that she did a good job as a mom for me. But I am a bit of a paranoid, jaded individual. I've had lots of other experiences in life that perhaps give me a bit of a dark, twisted lens to view the rest of the world through, including loved ones and family members. But yeah, like I said, I feel like people have criticized me when it comes to, like, my son, just because I'm the kind of person that they feel I was too overprotected and too gentle. But I'm the kind of person I would have never given him a spanking, ever. I mean, yeah, I understand as a parent you do have to have some sort of discipline for a child, and people need structure, and a parent is supposed to instill some degree of structure and discipline. But I'd never be able to bring myself to actually spank him, bend him over my knee and just smack his ass 20 times or something. It's just one, I wouldn't want him to resent me the way I resent certain things myself. But two is this: you shouldn't have to resort to physically hitting someone in order to teach them something. You shouldn't have to. There was one thing at the pencil sharpening thing, but that wasn't to teach him something. That was to stop him from doing something that would have seriously hurt him. And even then, but it just full-on spanking him. I don't know. I feel like you should be able to raise a child without having to spank them. I don't feel I don't know. I know this is considered a bit of a criticized point of view, and I know a lot of people would disagree with me on this. They feel that, it's not good parenting that, to not spank a child. But I don't feel comfortable with it, okay? I don't like it. I'm the kind of person that I would never spank my son in order to discipline him for something like doing dishes wrong or disrespect or some bullshit. I'm just saying you shouldn't have to resort to hitting a child in order to actually teach them right from wrong. It's one thing to try to stop real quick, one little smack, like hey, smack a little tushy real quick. That way you don't lose your fucking fingers. But it's another thing as far as if somebody were to take a child, put him over your lap, and just pull it out of pants and just smack, 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 smack. You shouldn't have to do that. And I understand people out there disagree with me on that. That, you feel that you're supposed to. But it's I don't like that way of doing it. I have issues with it, okay? I don't think it's right. I am not okay with it. And I'm not the kind of person to do it. And especially, like I said, my mom and my son are the two people I care about most in the world. Why would I ever hit them? Especially one of them being a very tiny person. Granted, he's a lot taller now, but he's not an adult yet. But even then, it's not like I'd be threatened to ever fucking hit him. Whether it's spanking or a fucking punch. But yeah, like I said, I know people out there disagree with this. But I personally think that you don't need to, hit a child to raise them, to teach them morality. That you should be able to just sit down and talk to them and explain to them why. At most, you can maybe ground a kid, take away the fucking video games for a little while or some shit. And yeah, I understand there's the criticisms. Lunar's too soft. I get it. I am. I'm not okay with the idea of spanking children. I'm not okay with it. I feel that you should be able to raise kids without having to hit them. I have emotional reservations about it, and I feel very unokay with it. So like I said, I personally feel that you should be able to raise kids without having to give them a spanking, without hitting them, without just yelling all the fucking time. I don't know what the fuck we're talking about. Something about, what class are you in? We'll go out there to school ends. Okay, something about school, I guess. I don't know. Main point is this. Interpersonal relationships. 1, it's not that hard to be able to read somebody IRL. Look at their face, look at their eyes, look at their mouth, look at their posture, look at their body, look at the way they walk, listen to the exact literal words they say, and listen to the intonation of their voice. It's not that hard to understand how other people think and feel. All you have to do is pay attention. And then if you're having a conversation with somebody, and here's the thing, when I'm having this, I'm talking like this, there is no person to bounce shit off of, because I feel like most people are yeah, we don't want to listen to this bullshit. But again, why would anyone feel like any point letting a person listen to this? You're hey, Lunar's just a terrible person. He must hate everybody. Heck, people would probably say, Lunar hates women. I don't hate women. I do, however, have a bit of a trauma, sort of paranoia against, to a degree, I feel if a person is a woman, that there's a bit of a concern there, but that's more so a reaction to some negative things that happened in the past decade. And one, there are concerns about current legal systems of laws, about how they cause negative impacts on my ability to protect myself or protect my son. how I've seen other people suffer. And just personal experience of that. But I'll say this. While I do hate certain systems with walls that I feel are designed to cause people suffering, I absolutely do not hate women. I do, however, have a bit of a, I wouldn't say phobia at this point. It's not like it's gynophobia. It's not like it's more so, how do you put this? It's more of a concern of, one, a general feeling of worthlessness on my part. So, again, I feel like nobody would actually really like me. Heck, if I don't count the numbers of women I talked to while I actually dated, and I don't count the minuscule attempts I attempt at online dating, I'd say back when I was asking women out, I'd probably at least literally asked out about 10,000 women, got rejected by all of them. And of course, I only asked out about half the women I talked to, so that's like another 10,000 there. So that's at least easily 20,000 women. And then, in most recent years, I've just sort of given up on the social interaction. Plus, I've just, I mean, honestly, it's like, maybe they'll say, oh, have your standards risen? It's not that my standards rose, it's that when I was younger, I was much hornier, so I was talking to people more. As I've gotten older, yes, I still have a sex drive, it's just, I don't know, I have more depression, I have more, I don't know, tiredness, I have less motivation. Like, I just don't care as much. So it's not that I have any sort of higher standard, it's more so I just have less interest in even trying. But yeah, like I said, it's not an issue. Like, I don't hate women. I absolutely do not. And I would absolutely, like, I've seen people out there that are like so upset about not dating or some shit, or heck, people that have never had sex at all, that are so hateful about shit that they like want to advocate hurting people and some bullshit. And I'm like, that's fucked up. Like, I'll tell you this, I would definitely never advocate anybody to hurt anybody ever. I suggest everyone to be peaceful. Love it. My nose feels stuffy, but I don't know, maybe it's just extra from the inhaler, I don't know. I'll just drink some water. But yeah, like, my advice to everyone, just be nice to everybody, be kind to everyone, be open-minded. But it's just, I've had negative experiences with relationships, particularly when I was married, that, well, it's, again, I don't hate women. It's more so, while there is an interest there, it's more so every time I think about them that way, I think about certain bad memories. And you can't really be attracted to somebody if every time you think of them in such a way, you then start thinking about very unhappy memories. So again, that would be a mix of two things. One, it's a mix of more of a me issue rather than an other person issue. It's that I am psychologically damaged from negative events I've incurred, and I don't think I am ever going to be better. I think the damage that's been done to my mind and way of thinking is irreparable, and I don't think I can repair what's wrong with my mind. I think the damage is pretty much permanent at this point. Two is that there are a lot of things in society and in culture that do seem to very much yell the whole idea of kill all men and hating men, and that's very disheartening, and it makes you feel like okay, so it's like, why would I go around people if I'm not wanted? I mean, and again, that's not an issue of being hateful to people, that's more an issue of, okay, I acknowledge that these people do not like me and do not want me around, so I will just stay away from them. Or acknowledging, hey, this person potentially wants to hurt me, so I will just stay away from them and not talk to them and just stay away because they're going to hurt me. They're going to... And again, yes, I understand that may be an excessive overreaction in certain things, but I can at least understand my reaction to this, whereas there's no reason why the character in this game should be having this, aside from the whole, walking in on a serial killer crucifying someone to concrete thing. Like, obviously that's a major issue. I mean, anytime, people are dead, that's depressing. I mean, I was definitely a bit... It's a negative thing to experience those things. I think we can all agree at that. But it's also a concern that many laws nowadays, it seems that nobody cares. And it feels like everyone's apathetic to everybody. Like, in general, nobody cares about anyone. But it seems especially true when it comes to men, that no one cares if the basic guy is just sort of hurt or imprisoned or killed or forgotten or cast aside or anything going on. It makes you feel like society just does not care. But again, I've seen other people out there who take a approach of being sort of hateful or some shit, and I think that's fucked up. You don't take that approach. You take the approach of, okay, I'll just be myself, try to be happy, try to lead a good life. If I meet somebody I could actually be safe with, who I can actually trust, cool. If not, whatever. I mean, it's more about learning to just be okay being alone forever, or feeling that everyone hates you, and just sort of just dealing with it in a positive way, But it's just, it definitely is difficult at times to have an open mind for the rest of the world when you feel either isolated from it or cast out from it. That you feel like everyone out there would just view you like, you're some sort of space alien or something. Yeah, I know, I need to stop going off on tangents like this. But yeah, there's also concern like modern laws. A lot of laws have certain biases that I don't know how to put it. Like I said, my advice to everyone is just be kind to everyone. If you're going to mistrust somebody, it should be based off of, stuff they actually do, that they themselves as a person do. But it's just, it is difficult to actually really be attracted to somebody when you just get reminded of very, very bad memories. And I don't think that's going to get better, but of course, it's not like I share that stuff in public with, like, if I'm talking to a girl, I'm trying to, not sharing that, hey, by the way, I'm having bad memories pop in my mind that are making me feel depressed, in addition to my normal depression. But then again, in any relationship I ever had, I never even mentioned having depression at all. I just felt that was something I didn't feel comfortable talking about that. Even when I was in long relationships, heck, even when I was married, I never told my partner about having, depression or feelings like that. That was just something for me to deal with on my own. Heck, most of the time I interact with people IRL, I'm just smiling and I'll try to, be cheerful. And I like making people smile and laugh, at least in kind ways. I'd find it horrible because I have seen people smile at me in malevolent ways, or smile because they're enjoying that I'm hurting, and that's an extremely sad thing. Heck, there's times where I was in school and, you'd have people either go behind you and start strangling you, or put a rope around your neck, or do stuff like that, or start hitting you, and you'd have upwards of 60 plus people just standing there laughing and smiling as they're watching you get hurt. And it's like, oh, right, everyone in the world hates me and wants me to die. It's like, I think I was either 11 or 12 years old then. Granted, that happened multiple times. It's depressing as fuck. Yay, childhoods. Yay for being bullied the fuck out of as a young child. I don't know what the lesson is here. Lesson is, if anyone out there feels the same as me, just know, try to stay positive, and try to keep a realistic view of reality. Don't let certain negative experiences completely overshadow your ability to have critical thinking and kindness. You should still be able to have empathy for other people. It's just one, it definitely makes it a bit difficult to date between one, having negative emotional responses to certain traumatic memories, as well as, well, I'm extremely ugly, I'm fat, I'm weak, I'm poor, my dick's too small, I tend to get sick often, I get tired a lot, even more so now that I'm done chugging fucking energy drinks. Most of my life I've spent working in factories and restaurants and other manual labor jobs. I like to read a lot, and I tend to have a very obsessive and addictive personality. But yeah, mainly I am unpleasant to look at. I am not attractive, and in the baseline of things, I am not somebody anybody would want to be with. So aside from my own emotional insanity and me having a damaged way of thinking, I understand I'm worthless and unwanted, and nobody could ever actually care about me. But that's okay. That's fine. It's cool. Beyond that, I also have a realistic understanding that there are many biases and stereotypes in modern culture that has basically created a gender war where, everyone seems to hate each other. Then again, I feel like everyone hates everyone. Like, there's all this shit against, black people versus white people. I think it's just rich people trying to make people fight each other. Then again, same with the stuff in media and all that when it comes to gender stuff or religions or different countries or heck, even the denominations of Christians, Catholics and Jews and Muslims and everything. I think it's just rich people trying to make everyone hate each other. Just because if everyone's fighting, they're easy to control. I don't know. Then again, maybe just people respond more to negative emotions than do positive ones. After all, think of the news. System Down made the joke in the song Sugar. There was in the music video, the start of it, the news anchors saying, it's all about ratings, it's all about sensationalism. It doesn't matter about giving you accurate truth or anything of that. It's just, one, tell you whatever the sponsors want to say, tell you whatever the government wants them to say. Most of all, we have to say shit that keeps you tuning in. We got to get our ratings up. Everything's about how many subscribers we got, or how many views we got, or making our sponsors happy. So it's just like, wait, society and culture's degraded. And then take stuff like TikTok. Everyone on TikTok is crazy, no matter what they're saying. And it's like, you have all these people on TikTok, and they're saying crazy shit. And don't get me wrong, I'll watch a few TikToks here or there. Like, there's this one guy, Jordan, I think his name's Jordan Howard or something. He does these cool little videos about, bugs or food things. Usually he made this thing about homemade Pop-Tarts, where he's like, look, I'm going to make homemade Pop-Tarts. I'll be unstoppable. And no one will stop me. I'm going to make homemade Pop-Tarts. And it was cool. And he liked it. He thought it was delicious. It's funny. It's cool. But it also seems like there's a lot of people on TikToks that they just do the craziest shit they can for the sake of just trying to get shock value, to get people to watch them. And then the next person will see that. And then they'll try to out-crazy that person. And then all the people that are watching this just think that's normal. And they think these people being outlandish or even doing skits, they think the skits is reality. They think the TV is reality. Heck, there was an old movie back, The Network, where the whole idea of that was, people watch, there's a whole, it was back in the 70s when this movie was made. And it was saying, hey, there's a whole generation that's known nothing but what's come out of this TV, out of the tube. Everyone, and don't get me wrong, I love TV. I grew up watching more TV than human interaction and playing video games. I enjoyed the video games and movies and TV. I enjoy my anime. I enjoy the video games still. But it does also remind me of, Jim Carrey's movie The Cable Guy, or Jim Varney's Ernest, about how it's just, yes, there's more, we have all this knowledge available via the internet, and it's amazing, and all these ways we can communicate with each other and get all this extra information. But it's also, we as a people are more divided, isolated, more contrarian, we're more against each other, we're more alone than ever before, and it's just, I don't know. I think the most important thing, say if you're going to have a relationship with somebody, is you to have mutual respect, mutual trust, mutual attraction, and just two people that actually care about each other, that consider the other person themselves as valuable to them as a person, and not for any outside factors in this crazy fucking society. Then there's the factor of all the laws that are happening, that where the government itself is trying to create laws that just divide people or incentivize others to harm others, and it's weird. I don't know. was wanting this to be a short part, and I just sort of got distracted by going off on a tangent. I don't know. Main point I'm trying to say is, as I stand up and stretch, fuck, I don't know. This has literally just become, hey, who's more crazy, the main character or me? I don't know. But yeah, I really don't know what. It's like, oh, everyone's like, what's the moral of the story? I don't know. My main advice to everyone is just be kind to everybody and read as much as you can. That's it. That's my main advice to everyone. Just be kind and open-minded to everybody, and try to read as many books as you can. But yeah, I really don't know what to say about things. It's nice that she's blinking, and like I said, Song of Memories was interesting because the characters are a bit more. But again, I would like to see a more modern approach to the graphics. Like, imagine if you had a visual novel where the NPCs were rigged using, you know, the most modern VTuber graphics and models. That'd probably be like a major game that would probably sell to everybody. I don't know. But yeah, I'd say in general, a bit of a general distrust of everybody. But in the end, I'd say most people just want somebody who loves them and cares about them. Someone they can trust. Someone who is actually kind to them. Someone who would never hurt them. Heck, in the words I think it was, Taigaholic. You know? All that really matters, like gender really doesn't even matter either. All that really matters is they're cute and have a nice personality. I don't know. I was trying to be funny there, but I feel it's more just cringe and just everyone's just like, Lunar's a terrible person. Whatever, it's fine. I was wanting to hold it. One moment. I'm back. Sorry about that. Everyone's like, what was the extra noises? Yes, I double check my headphones to make sure there aren't spiders inside the earmuffs when I put the headphones back on. But, yeah, sorry I start talking about things and I don't stop. But, my main thing I have to say is, everybody out there probably has reasoning for something they think or feel about life. I mean, after all, people have feelings for a reason. You never really know what's going on in somebody else's mind, or what has happened to make them feel that way. And yes, it's important to guard yourself so that you yourself don't get hurt. But it's important to have empathy and understanding for other people. And well, I would definitely say that. I'd say anime can be a bit therapeutic. Same in these video games, even the horror ones, to help people almost count like a therapy things to feel better and more healthy approach to life. That being said, I don't know, some people say anime distorts a person's view of reality, and you know what? I can agree, anime is dangerous. After all, it gives people the fantasy that there's somebody out there who truly loves you. Because, yes, I understand it's a very pessimistic way of viewing it, but here's the thing. Does anybody out there actually agree with that? And if you're actually in a situation where you do have love and everything's working out just fine for you, that's good, I'm happy for you. I really do hope the best for you. It's just... I think I'm too used to being alone at this point, so I don't think it would even matter even if I ever did meet anybody that was actually good. I'm already too walled off of a person. Then again, like I said, it's not like it would matter. There'd have to be somebody that actually would like me in the first place. So, that's a moot point, and no point arguing that. At the end of the day, I think some of the most important things for a human to have is love, hope, compassion. So yeah, I want everyone out there to be kind to themselves and be kind to other people. It just seems like everyone in the world is so hateful to each other. Then again, maybe I'm just selfish. I just want to actually feel cared about. But then again, don't we all? I don't know. But like I said, you probably shouldn't take advice from me. I'm a crazy guy on the internet who, well, by everyone's accounts, I'm a failure. I'm a failure at everything. I'm not rich. I'm not athletic. I'm never going to be rich. I'm never going to be athletic. I'm not good at anything I do. And I really can't blame anyone out there for not caring about me, because there's nothing about me that deserves to be cared about. And that's okay. That's just who I am. You learn to accept it after a while. Well, that's enough of me being me. Let's back to the game, and maybe something will be more cheery and happy and optimistic. Class B.
2年 B 組ですね。
2B, right?
じゃあ、
Okay.
授業が終わったら待っててく
I'll
ださ
see
い。
you after class then. I nodded, hoping I could get her to leave. I was hoping going somewhere with a girl. This wasn't a dream or a delusion, was it? I tried pinching myself. It hurt.
それじゃあ、長い間お邪魔しちゃってすいませんでした。
Alright, sorry for staying so long. If your
も
leg
し
still
痛かったら
hurts,
お医者
go
さ
see
んに
a
行ってください
doctor.
ね。
Okay, thank you. I mean, I have a fridge. I probably have ice in there. I'll probably ice it after you leave.
うん。
Probably have to elevate my leg too. That way to reduce swelling. Seriously, how hard did I run into that fucking... Why can't I talk? Fucking motorcycle. Why do we have boxes up there? What are all these other boxes? I sat on the sofa and watched her go. Just before she left, she turned and waved at me.
西条くん、また明日。
See you tomorrow, Nishijo. Okay. Though I'm actually a bit worried about you. Walking. In the dark, because it's really dark out there. Also, are those curled up anime posters? Why do I have canned food there? Is that a can of Coca-Cola? Diet Coca-Cola? Is that a whole fucking can of iodized salt? What the fuck am I cooking in here? Omelets? Well,
また明日。
the change in noises was a bit odd. Then it was a dark image, and now we're very overly bright, cheerful image. Okay. You know, for as happy, cheerful as the picture is, the club she's holding is both a sword and like a spiky mace thing. That reminds me of Solid JJ did a little funny comic thing where it was like Hawkman and it's like fucking mace and it's like oh my god, why are we not stopping it? They're like, though that happened. Like, no, typical superhero. Like, no, that's not how superhero works. But anyone else feel Yua does look similar? It just looks like Sarah, but, you know, her eyes are greenish blue, I think. Instead of purple, hair's brown, got glasses.
しかも手を振ったりして。
And she even waved at me. I felt a grin coming on, but forced myself to stop.
あの女絶対僕に惚れてる。間違いないね。
Okay, you're jumping the gun, man. Why do you have to go from one extreme to the other? It's like, it goes from she's lying to you to she's in love with you. Yes, she did go a bit above and beyond when it came to actually being supportive of us and of helping us and caring and actually have an interest in our interest and wants to hang out with us again. It definitely does indicate that there is a potential that she may be interested in that, but we don't actually know. We haven't asked her yet. It's kind of jumping the gun to assume that. Also, wasn't she stalking us? Isn't that still a bit of a concern? Why are we just immediately dropping all, caution to the wind? Because... But I'll say this, she's at least our friend, she's at least somebody who actually is okay with us being who we are. She came in and saw our fucking stank-ass trailer full of like 100, anime figurines where I probably haven't showered in days. And didn't outright hate us. So that's definitely a bit much, but I'd say we probably should ask a few more questions before you jump to that conclusion. It's a bit... I feel like we're jumping the gun on this. I mean, yes, we should definitely be a little cautious still on certain things. But, yeah, we can trust her. We can hang out with her. She has similar interests to us. We can talk about things, and, it'd be good for us to be more sociable. But I think it's jumping the gun to assume that has any romantic feelings for us. So we should hold off on that and just try to understand her better as a person.
付き合うか付き合わないかは僕に選択肢があるわけだし、あの女を情け容赦なく
Well, it's up to me whether I actually date her or not, right? I'll just dump her brutally and without her. What? That's brutally and without mercy. I mean, that's kind of needless, right? Why would you dump somebody? I mean, it'd be one thing if she actually did something wrong. And again, we're jumping the gun. We're not actually dating her. And also, I mean, yes, we do decide whether or not we push that, envelope a little, closer. But she's still the one who chooses whether or not to open the envelope or not. We're the one basically deciding, we can extend that invitation, like, hey. It's like you drew a blank about what to say. It's fine. I'm sure in a real life situation, I would have more time to think this out. I'm just saying, one, enjoy the friendship for what it is. I mean, it doesn't have to be a relationship. That's fine, whatever. Most friendships aren't relationships anyway. It's just cool to have somebody to talk to. But I'd say the important thing is that if there is somebody that you do have romantic inclinations to, you should tell them up front. Now, obviously, we couldn't tell her now because, it's late at night and we're both tired and we just met. So we need to both sleep on it too, because I need to think through, decide, okay, what should I actually do or not. But we're going to see each other tomorrow, so go to school like normal. After that, hang out with Yua, and then we reserve the anime figurine. We have a nice, just chill day with our friend, and then we just mention to her straight up. Some of the mindset is this. If you are interested in somebody and you want to date them, you should tell them immediately. You should tell them straight up. That way, if they're interested, they'll let you know. If they're not, they're not. And if not, hey, you still made a friend and you got someone to talk to. And everyone's like, why should we take advice from Lunar? He's had terrible luck with relationships. And I'm like, you're right. I am terrible with relationships. I'm simply saying my advice to a fictional character. So you're listening to a crazy guy who has no luck with women and has had terrible experiences with relationships give advice to a fictional person who doesn't exist, who is even more insane than me. Also, again, why would you just dump her? That seems a bit harsh. I mean, again, one, you're not even dating. You're not dating. I mean, and here's the thing, if you don't date at all, then it's not any of your business who she dates. Now, if you do wind up dating, then you both should be, not seeing other people. But if she decides that she doesn't want to do that, then fine. Break off the relationship, and that's done, because at that point, the person doesn't want the relationship anymore, so you just end it. But you don't do it just to do it, or specifically, you don't break up with someone specifically to hurt them. Like, you're not supposed to be brutal about it. You're not supposed to be breaking people's hearts. And again, like I said, you push that envelope forward for her. Like, say, hey, here's the envelope, basically saying it's like dating, and it's her choice to open that envelope. And everyone's like, your analogy sucks. But you get the idea, though. In general, like, granted, I'm not against women making the first move, but in general, usually men are expected to make the first move. So the man basically makes it out there, and then the woman either accepts or rejects it. And at which point you're like, okay, cool. If she accepts it, then you go on dating as boyfriend and girlfriend. If she rejects it, you say, cool, whatever. And you move on with life as if, don't matter. And like I said, no matter what, you still made a friend. You still have somebody to talk to. But yeah, it's just, one, there is potential for dating, but again, we should be straightforward with her tomorrow. We go hang out with her, reserve the thing, and we mention the idea. If we decide we want to, now if we decide not to, then we're like, okay, we'd rather just be friends with this person. That's cool, whatever. And decide, okay, I'm just not okay starting a relationship, and I'd rather just be myself. But if this person wants to hang out with me time to time, cool, whatever. It's just, you have to decide, okay, how do you actually... That's the whole reason why we're not saying it right now, because we have to decide, how do I actually feel about it? As well as that person deserves an equal opportunity to also decide how they feel. And then, tomorrow, we hang out, go to the anime store, and we mention, hey, I don't really know offhand how I would word it, but basically you should be straightforward. Like, hey, I have romantic feelings for you. Again, you say it in a way that's not a complete dumbass, but you say it in a way that's, a normal human being would speak to another normal human being. Have some amount of interpersonal communication skills. Which I feel I'm not bad at, but I feel like I can't think of off the top of my head, like, what would be the normal thing people would say. As opposed to just saying, hey, I'm glad to hang out with you today. Thanks again for helping me get home. I'm looking forward to reserving that anime figurine and looking around the store. But I think you're really cute. Would you want to be more than friends? If she's cool with that, cool. We start dating. If not, cool, we're friends. We reserve our anime figurine, and we still go out and grab a bite to eat and enjoy a nice walk, because it's cool to, it'd be nice to have someone to talk to as I walk around the trees and look at the birds. And why are there people playing Ultimate Frisbee? It is not that hot yet. Why? I'm sorry, I got distracted by where the scenario went. But again, why are people playing Ultimate Frisbee? We're in fucking Japan. Wait, do people play Ultimate Frisbee in Japan? I think we're losing track of the point. Main point being is, one, it's assuming a lot to assume that she loves us, or that she would actually want to date us. But it is appropriate to mention it to her the next day, saying, hey, we feel a certain way, and we're wondering if they also feel the same way, or not. If not, cool, whatever, and move on our life. If yes, cool. And then, again, you don't just dump the person or decide you don't care about them or some bullshit. You value the other person and try to make the relationship work. I mean, unless the person does something really awful and terrible, and even then, okay, what do? You just stop seeing the person, and you just go back to the way your life was before. The end. But this seems presumptuous, and like he doesn't value her as a person. Like, this is how it comes across. Like, it feels like Akuma, it feels like Akuma doesn't value her as a person. Even though she literally showed a lot of kindness and consideration. It feels like he's not valuing her as a human being. Hell, it seems like he values the feelings of his anime figures more than he does her. By the way, that star over that, is she like making a big bang attack? Everyone like remember like Vegeta? Big bang! Just imagine that. Or like imagine the character on the left. It's technically the same character. Final Flash! I don't know how you would like combine a Final Flash of... I don't know. Everyone's like, you need to stay on topic. I'm like, I don't know what the topic is. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like, especially if you're interested in potentially dating a person, but most of all, if it's somebody that's your friend, or someone who has shown you kindness or consideration toward you, that you should, value them as a person. They're a person that has their own thoughts and feelings, and you should have kindness. And I mean, it does seem very disloyal and dishonest to even be considering the idea of just outright dumping and throwing her away like a piece of fucking garbage. That just seems cruel. To just like, you have somebody that cares about you, just like not. And just like go into it with the intention of throwing them away. So yeah, again, like I said, he's being very presumptuous. And again, it's like he's not acknowledging her having any agency in this at all. I mean, she has free will. She has her own thoughts and feelings. I mean, yeah, it'd be cool if she likes us. It'd be cool if she wants to actually date us. And it'd be cool if it could work out. But if she's not into it, that's her call. If she, loses interest while dating, that's also okay. Now, it'd be different if we're like in a relationship and she starts, fucking other people. At which point that's not good. But you just end the relationship and you move on. But yeah, it just seems like he's not respecting her. It seems like he doesn't care about her feelings as a person. And like I said, whether they're going to date or not, even if both of them are just friends and that he has no intention of dating her at all, in any way, even to break up with her, like even if he has no sexual interest in her at all, and he only has interest as a friend, you should definitely have respect for her as a person. I mean, how can you be friends with somebody and not respect them as a human being? I mean, she has her own thoughts and feelings. So there's that. That being said, I would be remiss to not, again, acknowledge that we are in a horror game about people killing people, and that it's a video game to begin with. I would also be remiss to mention that it, again, is still a bit odd that she was following us in the morning and then was right next to us at our spot at the cafe and then saw us again. Most of all, the whose eyes are those thing, that's an issue. And the fact that that was written on the chalkboard. That's a thing we say to ourselves, and a thing from our childhood. Something that nobody in the world should know. Which means automatically, if somebody knows it at all, it's sort of, your hypothetical death flag. Because it's something that, under normal circumstances, a person should never know. I mean, heck, when I was a young child, I made a password for myself. It was basically in the possibility of, hey, what if... I watched some Back to the Future stuff and stuff like that when I was a kid. I think I was like, what? I don't know. maybe 11 years old or something. But anyway, I made a password for myself. It was a password where if I ever met myself in the future or from another reality, I could tell myself the password and I would know that it's really me. Now that being said, I've avoided ever saying the password out loud ever in case anyone ever heard me. I've also avoided ever writing it down. I also avoid trying to think about the word very clearly. Even now, right now I'm avoiding thinking about what the word is. I remember what the word is, but I'm avoiding thinking about it in case anybody could read my mind and then tell me the words. And everyone's like, this is just a tad paranoid in your response to this. And everyone's like, you did this when you were 11. Yes. Just saying. I'm just saying I've kept that thought in the back of my mind, but again, I still have avoided saying it out loud. I've avoided writing it down. I've avoided typing it into a computer. I've avoided thinking about it too strongly, just in case. And everyone's like, well, how is someone going to read mine? I believe in the Bible. The Bible is full of all sorts of crazy-ass stories and angels and demons and all that. But I believe it to be real. At that point, why can't aliens exist? Why can't supernatural things exist? Why can't the rest of ghosts exist? Because if that exists, why not the rest? You know, I feel that's a logical comparison. But I'm just saying, it just seems like he doesn't respect her as a person. He doesn't seem to care about her free will. Doesn't seem to care about her thoughts and her feelings. He doesn't care about, the power of friendship. It's like, My Little Pony. Everyone's like, Lunar, stop making it cringier. Like, I will find a way in every sentence to make this video more difficult to listen to. Honestly, if anyone's still listening to this, are you drunk? Like, why are you here? I mean, I appreciate it. I'm glad you're here. But at what point has this ever been entertaining? I'm just some crazy deranged person talking to himself. With anime figurines right there. But yeah, like I said, I mean, obviously, if you're going to date somebody, you should have a sexual interest in them, yes. But regardless if it's somebody that you're going to date or someone who is purely your friend, you should respect them as a person. You should respect their autonomy, free will, and agency. You should actually care about their thoughts and feelings, and you should, value their companionship as a person for, having somebody for who they are as a person. You should actually care about them. But, yeah, I feel like the main character is a bit unhealthy.
お前は僕の女にふさわしくない。セイラよりいい女になって出直してこい。まあ、一生無理だけどな。何しろセイラは永遠の17歳だからな。みたいな。
What the fuck? You're not worthy of being my girlfriend. Come back when you're a better girl than Sarah. I bet that's impossible, though. Sarah's going to be 17 years old forever. After all, something like that. Again, how do I do this, laughing thing? Like, how do people do the fake laughing shit? Like, ha 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 ha. But again, this is... I mean, yes, the anime figurine is cute. So is Yua. Honestly, I'd say they're the same. Like, I don't know, I feel like this is a trope that somehow gets hounded in. That people are like, oh, you see stuff in movies and, you won't accept people because they're not measuring up to the movies. I'll say this. I've dated people that didn't look like anything like an anime character. And I was completely happy with those people. Now, granted, if I actually saw a person verbatim how an anime character was, I don't know. I feel like it'd be the same as if you saw Homer Simpson IRL. There's something wrong here. It's like, well, I'm seeing a cartoon character walking around. It's like, maybe that Arby's was not very good for us. Maybe there was something in that roast beef. It's like, what's this solution with the roast beef? Let's see. Beef flavoring, LSD, like, But yeah, seriously, this is fucked up. Like, one, you shouldn't be comparing women to other women. Same regard, you shouldn't be comparing men to other men. If you have a boyfriend, you shouldn't be comparing one boyfriend to another boyfriend. Same regard, if you have a girlfriend, you shouldn't be comparing her to another girlfriend. Hell, you shouldn't, like, if you're dating a girl, you shouldn't compare her to an ex or to another girl. Nor should you be, complaining about an ex. But yeah, vice versa is true as well. But the main point is this. Why are you looking down with her as a person like she's not worthy of being your girlfriend? I mean, this is extremely arrogant. What was his name again? Hayachi? Hayachi. Yeah, this is very arrogant of you, Hayachi. But, yeah, this is fucked up. I mean, one, it didn't seem like there was anything wrong with her as a person, and she does seem very cute. So, honestly, I think she'd make an amazing girlfriend. Like, one, she's very kind, very friendly, very considerate. She's very just enjoyable and pleasant to be around. And she's very pretty. And she actually, accepts me for who I am as a person. I mean, what more do you really want? But, yeah, this seems kind of, dehumanizing her. Like she's less of a person. No girl could be better than Sarah 10. I mean, it's cool to look at an anime character and like, oh, this character's cute. Like, take Yoriichi from Bleach. She's really pretty. She's really hot. Heck, I think I have some pictures of her in very sexy poses, and that's really, really sexy and attractive. But it's not like I expect a real-world person to look like that. It's, yes, I can have an appreciation for a beautiful piece of art and for a depiction of a beautiful woman. But I don't expect real people to meet the same standards as a fictional character that can just, oh, you want their boobs to be bigger? You just make a curve slightly bigger. That's it. It's like, you want this person to have 30-inch biceps? Well, you just make a different shading with your pencil. That's it. I feel like Akuma is having a bad sense of, he's lost reality. He's mistaking fantasy and reality. And he has unrealistic standards. I mean, yes, if you met a girl who looked like Sarah Tan right here, yes, that's attractive. There are people that actually look like that. And of course, again, I think the whole ESG stuff in video games is stupid. Oh, we need to make realistic standards in video games. Make an ugly video game character. No. I want attractive people in a video game. I don't care if it's unrealistic. And of course, there's that Stellar Blade. It's actually designed after a real person. I want pretty, attractive people in a video game. I have never once had low self-esteem at a video game from how a video game character looked like. I had low self-esteem because people would spit on me and call me ugly and throw rocks at me. That's a difference. Don't have unrealistic standards because of a video game. However, I also understand being rejected over and over and over again. You get the idea. So again, my own low self-esteem has nothing to do with video games or unrealistic things shown in a video game. My low self-esteem comes entirely from how IRL people have responded to me. Beyond that, again, I see women with giant fucking K-cup titties with amazing jiggle physics. And at no point do I think that's the real world. Are there people out there that make an exception to that? Yes. Do I expect that? No. I have a perfectly well-functioning idea of how reality works and how normal people are. Now, yes, people should go to the gym and try to be healthy. I'm doing that too. But again, have realistic expectations. And again, people are more than just flesh bags. You're a person. Yes, if you're going to have a relationship, you have to have an actual sexual attraction to them. There has to be a attraction. But you have to have, not be delusional. Now, I'll say this. If, for whatever reason, Akuma here met a girl that looked like Sarah Tan, well, yeah, cool. If you meet a girl that looks like Sarah Tan and she likes you, cool. That's great. Good for you. But there is no one, like there's one person in the whole world for you. There's many people that you could be happy with. Yes, the person should be attractive to you. Yes, you should be attractive to them. But the most important thing about a person is their personality. What kind of person are they? Are they somebody that you want to actually spend time with as a person? Or are you just after them as a sexual object to fuck them because they're hot? Are they just basically a costume at that point? Or do you care about the person as a person? And again, both things are important, honestly. Like, you have to have an attraction to somebody if you're going to date them. There has to be an attraction. Otherwise, what's the motivation? I mean, if that was the case, if all of a sudden everyone in the world lost sexual interest in sex, the human race would just immediately stop. Nobody would procreate. Nobody would have families. Nobody would date. People have to have that extra hormonal sort of push to actually try. But that being said, when it comes to relationships, while physical attractiveness is still very important, what matters most is a person's personality. Simply put, do you trust the person? Are they kind? Do you get along with them? Do you enjoy spending time with them? Is this, especially in cases where in the past, like, people are spending years with each other, I mean, are you wanting to spend that time with people? Are you wanting to actually share your home with somebody? One, do you want to share a home with anybody in period, but also, do you want to share your home with this particular person? So I'll say this, Akuma, if you met someone like Sarah, cool, good for you. But it's not, even if you had 100 girlfriends, let's say Akuma here, after doing his Dark Hados and all that shit, after, fighting Ryu and Ken, let's say Akuma here, let's say Akuma's had 100 girlfriends. At no point should he, be judging his newest girlfriend based off of any of the previous 100 girlfriends. Nor should he be looking at other girls that he's not dating and hasn't dated and comparing them to his current girlfriend. He should love and appreciate the girl he is dating for who she is, and he should sincerely hope to make it a loving, lasting commitment where both people are loving and caring to each other. At no point should he break things off because he's bored or he wants to fuck some other bitch. But he should break things off if all of a sudden she's being violent or having sex with other people or turning out to be psychotic or abusive. or just outright being a terrible person to him. So unless she is doing and saying things that are horrible, you should stay with that person. But I'm like, other than that, it's unfair to her to just compare her to, and especially in this situation, if the other girlfriends don't actually exist. Like, for example, taking Tenchi Muyo. There's a woman in there, Mihoshi. She's really cute. Mihoshi is very pretty, has very nice perky tits, very pretty face. Her hair looks really nice. Also, her ass. Also, her voice is really pleasant to listen to. Even though she is kind of used as a bit of a comedy character in a bit, I feel like they kind of flanderized her character. Same with Goku. They flanderized Goku and made him too one-dimensional. They started playing things for laughs too much, and it just sort of like character assassinated him. And it's like, they made my Goku dumb. Like, of course Goku doesn't know fucking algebra and calculus. He grew up in the fucking woods. Why would he know that shit? But it's not like he's dumb. It's not that Goku's dumb. It's just he never went and learned that stuff. I'm sure, the Goku we want to see him as, if you went and sat down to calculus, Goku would be able to do calculus. But why would he know it living in the fucking woods as a kid? How old was Goku back then? I don't know. All I know, he was super short. Why would he know that shit? And here's the thing, at that point, yes, Master Roshi taught him some basic math. But here's the thing. Why wouldn't he just go, live with Bulma and her parents for a while, and, Dr. Brief could, try teaching math to Goku? And Goku could get, an actual high school diploma and learn this stuff. There's no reason why Goku shouldn't be able to be a fucking genius. Everyone's like, he hit his head. I'm like, I'm not even sure if that's canon anymore. But even then, how many times have they been, impaled, exploded, lit on fire, died, changed dimensions? I don't think a concussion should be infecting them at this point. We had so many sensu beans and magical super healings. It should be fine now. I want my Goku to be smart. Heck, initially, Goku, and other people say, Goku doesn't kiss Chi-Chi, he's not romantic. Goku is romantic. It's that Akira Toriyama originally didn't write about that stuff. Because, one, he wanted to focus his show on action and a bit of comedy. He didn't want to write a rom-com. In addition to that, and more importantly, he felt he wouldn't do a good job of it. He was perhaps being a bit harsh on himself, but the main thing is this. It wasn't that Goku wasn't being romantic. It's just that those scenes were omitted. After all, think about the initial age that was intended for the audience of Dragon Ball Z. Dragon Ball Z was meant for people that were between the ages of 7 and 13. It just most of us grew up with it, and we just kept us with us forever because we enjoyed it so much. And of course, again, the show has matured in some aspects too. And of course, society has changed with it too. But the main point is this. Just because Akira Toriyama wrote it that way doesn't mean he didn't want Goku to be a romantic person. It was more so he just didn't want the show to be about it. And then, of course, when we got to Super especially, it started getting played for laughs. Which sort of just... like I said, it treated Goku like Ned Flanders. Which in the end, I don't really know how Akira Toriyama felt about it at the end. And, I mean, he's dead now. And I appreciate all the stuff he wrote. It was amazing. In the end, I mean, it's his show. And we all have our own feelings about the characters. But again, that's just his characters are a major impact for everybody. Again, Akira Toriyama, you're going to be missed, man. I appreciate you making Dragon Ball Z, and everything you've done. It was... Then again, I'm the kind of person I remember being in a pool and saying Kamehameha in the water and pushing my hands forward. I remember jogging, trying to sprint, and saying Kaioken to myself and imagining it make me run faster as I try to sprint harder. And as you see a higher number, you're trying even harder to run faster. I don't know. Oh yeah, it sucks that Akira died. I hope the rest of his, I hope he's resting well. I mean, he earned it. He earned the rest. I mean, honestly, he could have retired a long time ago and stopped writing anything and just enjoyed life. But he kept putting in the hard work. Hopefully his family's doing okay. I mean, I know what it's like to have family members die, and it's about like 15 years ago, my eldest sister died of an aneurysm, and that made me feel very sad. I still feel sad thinking back on it. So, yeah, it fucking sucks. But, yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't know if we're going to get some backstory with, Akuma here, but I don't know why Hachi Akuma has, like, I don't know. I mean, dude's only 17. Like, he shouldn't be. Like, granted, I mean, I got right. Granted, I proved that statement wrong. I mean, yeah, you definitely can have some fucking reasons to feel jaded by that age, but still. I had no negative feelings in regard to relationships at that point. I was just like, okay, I just haven't met the right person yet at the end. It would take a couple more decades for I just sort of just be like, okay, I'm depressed. I'd rather just sleep in bed and go for a walk. It's like I'm now too depressed to try to actually date people. I'll make jokes about, lewd stuff and hentai. But at this point, I don't know, I feel like I'm too old to even bother trying to date. And I just, again, I mean, I'm still horny. I still have a sex drive. But it's nothing compared to what it was when I was younger. So again, it's not like an issue of, I have unrealistic standards. Like, I'm expecting someone to look like an anime character. No, it's that I'm old. I just don't feel the same. Those emotions that made you feel like you're thinking with your dick instead of your brain. I just don't really feel that anymore. I don't know if it's just depression, trauma, age, combination of everything, the concussions, the spinal tap, the time I had swelling of the brain, the time I got hit by a truck, the time where I've had like hundreds of other concussions. Getting hit in the head with a fucking brick hurts. Just saying, having someone throw a brick at you and hit you in the fucking skull hurts. Getting punched in the face over and over, hundreds of times, hurts. But there's also a brain there. Don't know if that affects things, either on an emotional or physical level. Then again, maybe it's the diet. Maybe it's all the fast food and soda I've had through my life. Or the times where I did have the sleep deprivation. Or the job. The job where I spent a couple years breathing and ingesting, both into my lungs and my stomach, powdered metal and powdered paint. Though I have had x-rays of my lungs, and apparently, the last time I had x-rays of my lungs, everything looks fine. There is apparently a small granuloma in one of my lungs. There's a small, tiny, minuscule piece of one of my lungs that's tiny bit calcified. But that's fine. I have, I guess, a bit of a bone that's developed in a lung or something. I don't know. I don't know how else to describe it. Hey, part of inside of a lung is turned into calcium. So, and that's usually what bones are. I don't know. I have asthma, but I have inhalers and stuff. And for the most part, like I said, I'm fine. Main point is this. Yes, I have concerns about things in regard to women, but I do not hate women. And I am still through and through an egalitarian. I believe in equal rights for everybody. It's just, I do feel like a lot of laws make it to where basically where men are basically demonized. And where we have like we're almost like we're being stripped of our own autonomy and our own free will. And I feel like a lot of laws are just outright biased to be hateful toward men. So, again, that's not an issue of me hating a group of people, it's me having an issue of feeling, okay, do all these people hate me? Is this law and part of culture specifically designed to hate me? But then again, I don't feel I'm qualified to talk on these matters. I'm sure there's plenty of other people that talk about it much better. I don't even really want to talk about it because it's depressing as fuck. It's like everyone's like, why are you talking about it then? Because I'm depressed as fuck. And I'm treating my YouTube channel like fucking therapy. That, and maybe if other people feel the same way, maybe they can relate, and maybe they'll feel better, and, well, maybe they'll, feel slightly less angry or sad or whatever. And maybe listening to me will make other people go talk to a therapist or something. So I don't know. I mainly just feel like talking about things. I think the Hazy Mind game put it well. I don't want pity. I just want to be able to talk to people. Stuff's on my mind. I just want to be able to talk to someone about it. And not somebody that would be judgmental or condemning, but somebody that would actually be open-minded and actually caring about how I feel about things and why I think the way I do. Just listen to what I have to say. I don't know. Then again, maybe I've just been alone for too long. Then again, I've also accepted that's just going to be the way life's going to be. Oh yeah, I can make a bunch of little hentai jokes here and there, but I'm still probably going to be alone forever. But that's fine. You learn to deal with stuff, and it's like, at this point, I just don't even have the interest and motivation to really go out and try to talk to people anymore, in terms of trying to date people. And especially right now, being in between jobs, and I should definitely hold off until I get a different job and make sure that stuff's stable. And of course, I want to try to be more athletic. I would like to have a six-pack. But I guess part of it's aesthetics and very low self-esteem when it comes to that. But also part of it's the fact that I want to be more athletic. I want to be stronger. I want to be able to run better. I want to be able to be faster. I want to be healthier. Also, I don't want to eventually become diabetic or have some major health issue where it eventually kills me or something. And everyone's like, oh, you're depressed, but you're trying to take better care of your health so you live longer. Like, yeah, I know. Doesn't make sense. But, apparently it's also supposed to make you less depressed, so maybe if I lose the fat around that area and have a six-pack, maybe I won't feel depressed. And yeah, I'll feel better. I'll be all happier and stuff. But yeah, again, I feel like this is an unrealistic standard. I mean, I want attractive, sexy women in my video games. But, in the same way, like Goku, the amount of muscle on Goku is like, that's so incredibly hard. And maybe then you can draw people like Broly. Like, it's not going to happen. I mean, like, you're going to say, oh, Ronnie Coleman. Yeah, Ronnie Coleman did amazing things with that. He also crushed his fucking spine. The man's on constant painkillers and has to use arm crutches to walk. That's not worth it to me. I don't want to become crippled. I want to improve my health so I can have a better quality of life and feel more energetic and more happy. I just want to be more healthy. And yes, I want to feel more confident and proud of myself. I mean, if I had a fucking six-pack, I will be vain as shit about that. I will be on a fucking live stream and be like, look at my six-pack, look at my abs, doing it in a fucking Arnold Schwarzenegger voice. Because I'd be proud of it, and I'd also be like, hey, look. It's like, am I more attractive now? It's like, so yeah, part of it is acceptance. Part of it's me wanting to be wanted, desired, cared about, valued. Not be completely alone or feel like everything in the world is wrong with me. But yeah, at no point have a video game is enjoyable. But at no point do I expect to be able to grab a fucking rock and use it like fucking fire material, like from Final Fantasy VII. Now, there are sometimes I try to do anime workouts, but I'm not athletic, and I tend to be unrealistic about the expectations that I put on myself. So usually I wind up like spraining something or wearing myself out too much, and I don't make progress when it comes to working out. I just injure myself over and over while trying to better myself. I hope to make some progress eventually with it. But yeah. Very unrealistic here. So yeah, Akuma, you're being a bit unrealistic with... Everyone's like, you can't remember his name, can you? I'm sorry! It's just, the name doesn't really stick. I can't remember it. And again, like I said, the character displayed here, very attractive. She's very cute. Heck, for all intents and purposes, I think they're drawing attention to this for one reason. Like, oh, she's not as good as Saratan. But here's the thing. Aside from a different shade of eye color and a different hair color, it's the same character design. And again, the author of the game's like, are you fucking with me? You're criticizing my characters? Like, no, I'm just saying it's an anime character. There's only so much you can do. I mean, here's the thing. If you look at like Tien with Goku, if you just make Goku bald, make him slightly bigger shoulders, and a third eye, you've made Tien. I think Lythero was saying like Bardock's base it's just Goku with a scar and a bandana and wristbands. A lot of characters look similar. There's only so many hairstyles you show. But yeah, so there's limited things you can do with character designs. That's why usually you have such amazing, flamboyant, colorful, awesome-looking clothes. Because it gives the characters more of their uniqueness in terms of appearance. That's why a lot of things you have to be a bit exaggerated. That way it makes it more distinguishable from other characters. That being said, I do like cosplay. And I know it's weird, I'm the kind of person that would actually like cosplaying both genders. But the only thing stopping me from doing that is I would not be attractive while doing it. I'm not going to wear something and look gross in it. I don't want to look gross. I would, if I'm going to wear like a cosplay or something, I would want it to look good. I would want to be, hot, attractive, cute. I would want to look nice. If I'm going to dress up as something, I would want to look nice. I want to look attractive if I wear something like that. I'm not going to wear a cool outfit and, look gross. I don't want that. But yeah. The outfit looks really cool. That's the thing. A lot of outfits, even like Goku's gi. You pronounce it ki. I get. Fuck you. Main point is this. Take Goku's outfits, or Piccolo's outfits. I mean, they're not as, I guess, accessory-oriented as those. They're just like a ki. Again, you're pronouncing it wrong. A gi. But it looks cool. It'd be cool to wear like Goku's outfit and go out and like wear that sort of outfit. Same way. Like, look at this. And like, what do you mean by accessories? Well, look at the thing around her waist. Like, I think that's meant to be a belt, but how is that a belt? And then like the things around her wrists and her elbow, and the fact that her neck thing has like a tie, and like her hat has like a little red bill in front. Is that like a bill? And then there's a green thing in the back. Like these little accents and parts, the colors of things. But like the part of the skirt, you have that one part where there's an opening, and then you have a part where there's like the sort of a yellow bill there, and it's also that it's color coordinated to the rest of it. And again, can't say I really know about fashion, but I'm just saying the colors look really nice together. Yeah, like Fashion Souls. Like, I know it's nerdy, the idea of like playing Dark Souls or Demon Souls and going around and you're just like trying to play dress up with your character. Like, ooh, look, I have this really awesome outfit. But it looks cool. Same way like the idea like, oh, it'd be cool like dress up like Cloud or Zidane or Squall. I wonder if I'd get arrested for like, it's like, sir, you can't bring that, or like, it's a Gunblade. Like, it's a toy. It's not an actual weapon. I don't think an actual functioning Gunblade would be a good weapon. And even if it was, it would probably, get damaged really easily. Either it would mess up the sight so bad that from using it as a sword would make it where it would shoot clearly. Or if you're using it as a gun, I mean, how is the blade going to respond to that? How is the accuracy going to be with that? And how is it going to affect the actual durability and cutting strength? Or even just like, are you going to sprain your wrist from how the weight is distributed? I mean, there's probably a good way to do it, but a lot of the really cool fictional weapons aren't actually functional in real life. Same way a lot of outfits aren't really functional as armor, but they look really cool. Also, you get to see like really, it shows off the attractiveness thing. Same way, there's outfits where there's men who will have things that show off their abs or arms, so you're trying to make something pleasant to look at for a story. But that's not reality. But I still want hot people in video games. And yeah, I think it's important for people in real life to try to take good care of themselves. But they shouldn't be too harsh on themselves. They should be... Like, it's not necessarily a fat acceptance thing. Like, okay, you can be like 700 pounds and not care. And just eat like an entire cake every fucking day. But if you don't look like something out of a fucking action movie, or you're not like Xena Warrior Princess, these people train an obscene amount. It'd be like judging your ability to throw a football based on comparing it to, Brett Favre? Is that the guy? I think so. You can't really... That guy's one of the best at it. Now, you can look at how he does it to try to learn how to do the technique better and how he trained, but you'll never meet that standard. Same way, Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson is the greatest boxer to ever live. Now, granted, I'm not an expert at boxing, and I'm sure, yes, there are many amazing boxers throughout the course of history, especially even in our recent history, there are lots of really great boxers. And there are people in the past I probably never even knew about. I'm just saying, I think Mike Tyson is amazing. Now, sometimes I think it's a good idea to try to copy some of his workouts. Will I ever be even 1/1000th of what he is? No! I'm not a fighter. I'm not good at it, nor do I really have the temperament for it. And I'm not athletic. I'm not good at it. I'll never punch even remotely as hard as him. But by at least trying to copy him a little bit, I can improve myself and be better than who I was the previous day. But again, everyone yes, you're not going to have everything perfect. I just have a lack of positive reinforcement, so I'm being overly negative on myself in the hopes that I reach an unrealistic standard, then people would be nicer to me. And that maybe I could have more acceptance of myself. Again, an unhealthy extreme of it. But at least by pointing it out, I can have a more measured response. And other people, by listening to me and acknowledging certain unhealthy expectations of certain things, other people could also feel the same by at least hearing their own thoughts as through my voice, and that way they have a better understanding themselves and then can lead a healthier life themselves. I don't know. Then again, you probably don't have a healthy life if you're spending however long listening to this video that I've been doing this, because I've just been going on and on and on and on about just random bullshit that nobody wants to listen to, that's completely incoherent, and I'm just a dumbass. But main point is, yes, there's plenty of really sexy, hot anime characters that are extremely beautiful, that are completely out of the realm of what real people look like. That being said, my entire life, there have been tons and tons and tons of women that I thought were attractive. I mean, like I said, not counting relationships I actually did have, and not counting my shitty attempts at online dating. Like I said, there was at least 10,000 plus women I actually did try to ask out. And at least another 10,000, I started talking to a bit and considered, but didn't, because, I read the room and decided that there was way too low of a probability that they'd be interested. But beyond that, I'd say in the course of my entire lifetime, just walking around in public, I have probably seen well over 1 million people in real life that I'm like, that person's hot. I would totally date them. I think they're attractive. Now, do I know them as a person? No, because they're just usually people I would just see for a few seconds or a few minutes walking by. In many cases, actually already in a relationship with someone else, already married. But I can acknowledge, hey, she looks very pretty. Do I know them as a person? No. That's what the purpose of dating is. The purpose of dating, or even a friendship, is to get to know the other person better and to value their company. Now, of course, you can be friends with somebody and not be romantically interested. But even if you're just friends with somebody with no romantic interest, you're still trying to get to know that person better. And you're still valuing their companionship. It's just a difference whether or not it's platonic or romantic. But yeah, I do feel like Akuma here. I do feel like Akuma Hayachi Vegeta here is being a bit unrealistic. And I feel like he's not, valuing Yua as a person. And he's just treating her like she has less value than a piece of plastic. Basically, you're not giving her any sort of benefit of the doubt or empathy or trust, any appreciation for the kindness that she showed him. And at the end of the day, he's literally only viewing her and how she could benefit him, and not actually caring about her as a person, and already viewing her as someone who is beneath him, and someone who is fit only to be thrown. He's already planning to not be with her for no reason, and he's already viewing her as beneath him and as things wrong with him. And it's like, okay, you're already viewing like there's stuff wrong with her. Even though like you're being overly harsh on somebody else and overly arrogant when it comes to yourself. So that's a fucked up way of looking at it. I mean, you could describe it as misogyny, but at the same time, misogyny would be specifically women here. And at the start of the game, we heard the way he described all the students, even the guys. But even then, we really know how things were with the guys. Granted, I had issues with people in my school, but it was more so because they had actually bullied me a lot. From what we're hearing, I don't think Akuma was really bullied much. And even then, he's not even trying to fit in. Whereas me, one, I'd been bullied a lot. Two, I actually tried to, fit in and function as a normal person. And I got good at either trying to avoid a violent thing or just be normal. To not draw attention to myself. To basically be invisible. Because it was either that or people hurting you. So. But here it's more so he's just more of an antisocial thing. Like me, it's more of a withdrawal issue, and then it's just like, okay, I just don't care anymore. I'm lonely. I still am lonely. Granted, I was happy at the start of my marriage, and then eventually, I was more lonely during my marriage than I was now. So, heck, I was more lonely then than any other time in my life. And like I said, relationships like that, they start okay, and then shit hits the fan gradually more and more. That being said, I still have no regrets on that. I'm still happy for every relationship I've ever had. It's just, I'm unsure about what the future holds on anything. About where I'll work, or who, or even if I'll ever date anybody. Or even, heck, whether or not World War III is going to happen. Because, you constantly hear all this shit in the news all the time, and it's always so much negative shit, and it gives me very little hope or faith in the future of the world. I don't know. I'm just saying, in general, I want everyone to be kind to each other and just be open-minded. But yeah, it just seems like he hated everybody in the school. His family, his teachers, everyone else. But it's like, then again, he's living in a fucking shipping container on a roof. How has this occurred? How have things gotten this bad to where he's this far removed from the rest of the world to where he's basically gone into psychosis? I don't know. Again, it seems it seems like I want to sit down and I actually pushed the right button, but like I said, there's nothing wrong with liking an anime. There's nothing wrong with liking an anime character. Heck, if you have an anime figure in and you really do like it, there's nothing wrong with that. But if it gets to the point where you like an anime figurine so much that you devalue an actual flesh and blood human being, there's a concern there. Like, there's nothing wrong with him liking and valuing his character or even talking to it. Like, I talk to stuffed animals. I walk down bike trails and talk to myself. That's more so just a reaction to spending a long amount of time alone. You get bored and you get lonely. But this is unhealthy, the fact that he is valuing a non-sentient object more than a flesh and blood human being, especially one that was treating him with kindness and compassion, and who actually cares about him, actually is wanting to spend time with him, and has actually seen his room and everything, and is actually accepting and okay of it. You know, someone who accepts you for who you are. Because that's one thing. Most people are insecure and worried about people accepting them for who they are as a person and being fully honest. And that's obviously a very big concern for a lot of people. But Yua actually has seen who we are as a person, and she still cares about us. And like I said, is there a romantic thing there? We don't know yet. That's what we'll have to ask her tomorrow. But she at least is our friend. She has seen the way we are, and she still wants to be our friend. So that's really good. And her kindness seems very sincere. And that's amazing. And granted, yes, like, to a degree, I can understand the concern about manipulation and shit, just because I've had people lie to me. I've had people put on an act, and then they go around and brag about how hilarious it was. Heck, I've even had people lie to me, and then afterward, when the lie is found out, they laugh in my face. You know, the person who I trusted looks me in the eyes. The person I thought actually cared about me looks in my eyes, laughing at me for trusting them, and then tells me how stupid I am and how much they couldn't believe how dumb I was for believing in them. That they thought, oh, just somebody you thought cared about you, somebody who respected you, basically looks you in the eye after they betrayed you, after they lied to you, and then you find out that they're lying to you, you find out they're betraying you, and then they laugh at you. They look you in the eyes, and they laugh at you, and they find it like, oh, how could you be so retarded? Like, oh, I was lying to you and lying to you and lying to you, and somehow you believed it. Somehow you believed me. It's like I lied to you about these things, and you're so stupid you believed me, and it was hilarious. For someone you trusted, to have somebody you trust break your trust, to lie to you, to betray you, to become violent to you, to become someone you're scared of, to become someone who is just someone you never want to see or talk to ever again. But to have somebody you trust lie to you and then look you in the eyes and laugh at you because you trusted them, to see that you are sad because you feel heartbroken at the fact they lied to you. And then they're just laughing at you. They're looking at you in your eyes and they're laughing at you. You find out they're lying to you, and then they just look you in the eyes and they laugh at you. They laugh at you for believing in them. They laugh at you for them lying at you. They laugh at you because you're sad that you were betrayed. And they just laugh at you. The person that you cared about, the person that you thought cared about you, is laughing in your face at the fact that you're sad that they lied to you. They're laughing at your face because they think it's hilarious that they thought it was so funny that you believed them. That when they lied to you about things they believed, that you believed it. And they thought it was funny. And they even talked to other people, talking about how funny it was, about how they were saying these things and doing these things. I'm just saying, for you to trust somebody and for them to betray you, and then them to laugh at you for it, that's... I am a bit bitter about that. And yeah, I don't care about that person. But it still bothers me that I was hurt like that. And I don't want other people to hurt me like that. After all, I trusted that person. And they, not only did they betray me, but they enjoyed it. The person I trusted stabbed me in the back, and they enjoyed it. It made them happy to hurt me. The person I trusted betrayed my trust, and it made them happy. It made them happy to betray my trust, and it made them happy that it hurt me. So, yeah. I picked up the figure and rubbed it against my cheeks. Sarah's hand looked happy. Well, I guess we're out of time. What we learned today is going to be on the test. Make sure you take good notes. That's all for today. Well, in the future, I'm going to try to avoid doing any sort of tangent. I know I've said that in so many videos because I keep getting sidetracked because things in a video game make me think about my own feelings about things, and then I just start rambling. And I'm trying not to, but at the same time, it's a work in progress. I will try harder in future videos to not talk about my own personal thoughts and feelings and just play the fucking video game. Besides, I can't keep making such long-ass fucking videos. It's not like anyone's going to want to listen to a fucking 20-hour-long fucking video of random crazy guy bitching and just being insane. Okay. Later. Okay, is it going to